Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right. Oh, she found out. Oh, she found out for sure. Why is that here? There we go. She found out, Ashley. Definitely found out. Guess who else found out? Guess who else found out? Ashley found out.
Oh, that was terrible.
Ashley found out by saying hi first in chat after lunch. She's going to be sentenced with internet ownership and responsible for maintaining everything connected to it. Ashley, congratulations being first in chat and finding out that you're responsible for everything on the internet today. Worldwide. It's a small thing. I'm sure you can do it. I think you've won before. I think you're a repeat offender. I could check my records, or your record in this case. I'm pretty sure you did win before. But welcome. Thank you again, Ashley. Appreciate you so much. All right, we are getting ready to start the afternoon with the Take Care of Maya trial. We had Kathy Beatty this morning, and it was not the fireworks I expected. But anyway, either way, we're moving on. It's the jury, I think, got everything they needed from it, even though it wasn't necessarily the highlight type material that we thought might happen. It was a little disappointing, but at the same time, this isn't really it's not a spectator sport, right? We're not like cheering for the biggest crash. Sometimes I like people that seem to have been. Sometimes we like to see people meet their match, and that didn't really happen. It was just sort of more informational, but I think I'm happy with the outcome. All right, let's see. She didn't engage. I think she was. Here's what I'll say. She was very well prepared for testimony today. Kathy Beatty was very well prepared for testimony. I think she used a few lines like, "I'm sorry, I don't understand the question," or that sort of evasive type response a little too readily on some things that I think she could have answered. But that ended up making her look a little evasive to the jury. And they dove deeper on questions, even asking multiple times on certain topics. So I think the jury got what they needed. And if they didn't, they saw what they needed to make their decisions. All right. We are about ready to go back. Oh, why am I not here? Why am I way up in that corner? That is not where I belong. I belong down here, but we have to do a quick little reset. Let's see, this one, run to A. There we go. Now I'm feeling myself again. All right, and with that said, let's see where we're at on court. No audio yet from the courtroom. Box 2 is 2. Let's take this one. All right, as far as objections go, let me see if we can get you caught up on where we are objections-wise. Let's turn that one on the air and see where we are. Okay, we are at 1540.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, we're not going to do that. 1540. So on the guesses for how many objections are going to happen between now and the end of closing arguments. Let's see where we're at, guess-wise. Oh, here we go. Laura Dawn, you're the closest. We're one short of your guess of 1541. Tyler Erickson, hey, bud. Nice to see you. 1542. Hannah as well, 1542. A few others there. Alive and Well at 1543.
Is that correct?
And Milner, Warren, Mary Contrary, Sherry Skeleton, Sandy OBX, Little Miss, Ricky. We've got a few. I'll let you play through and see who's coming up. But here are the guesses. I think by the end of today, I think we'll be through most of these. I think we'll be maybe close to 1575. That would be my guess by the end of today. So that's a good idea of where we're at. All right, so we'll take those down, and I think Anderson was limited on how he could cross because of Chapter 39. Yes, SF in Texas. Several times he tried, and the judge is like, we're not going there. We're not going there. He wanted, I think twice he tried to present the witness with a court order to refresh her recollection as to what she was really allowed to do, what she had authority to do, and the judge wouldn't let it in. He said that the defense opened the door. The judge ruled that it had not been opened sufficiently to let that in. Sarah Boone trial delayed till 1/16 with a trial date to be set then. Lindy, oh my goodness. Lindy, you know what that means? That means we're going to get at least one more letter between now and then. Man. Can I get a mulligan on my guess, says Stephen? No. That's why it was a guess. It was a guess. If we all got a mulligan on the guess, we'd all be much more accurate. I think I was at 1600, right? So I think it's going to go past my guess as well. All right, we still need to go over her more recent letter. I still have that, Ashley. We have not done that yet. We'll do that when there's a break in this court or possibly during deliberations. Kieran says, I fell asleep during this morning. Sorry, R.A. Oh,
I'm
man,
not a cat.
I missed it. Nope, I'm not a cat either. I did feed my cat on lunch, though. Did they grant plaintiffs more time? Hippo lover, we're going to find out right after lunch.
Did they grant plaintiffs more time?
I told you that was not going to happen anymore, and I thought I had fixed it, but clearly I didn't. Hold on one second. Squirrel. Commands. Okay, alerts. YouTube. We're working on it. Hang on. Super chat.
Alex stole it.
Alex stole it as well. There we go. Okay. I think I fixed it. By fixed, I mean it might look like it's broken, but I think that's where we're at. All right. Squirrel. There we go. Okay. So as far as granting plaintiffs more time, that's what the judge wants to hear about right after lunch. A motion has been filed this morning.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Right. A motion has been filed this morning that the judge is going to refer to. The defense is probably going to adamantly object to, because this will be the second time that the plaintiff has requested and possibly received more time. It's the cat. It's not the cat. It's his cat. I do like the cat. I really do. I think I can send a picture. If I can, before court starts, I can do this really quickly. Hang on. I'm going to send you a quick little picture. At least I'm going to send myself a quick picture. Nope, that's the wrong one. Too many buttons. We'll see if we can share a cat picture before we begin. Just one second. Why is it not working? Why is the rum gone? It's just thinking. It's not sending anything. So nope. I was going to send you a picture of my cat. All I can do is hold it up and show you on the screen, which is not quite effective. But
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. This is, sorry, I'm not sure what that is. Of course, we get notification right when I do it. This is what my cat looks like right outside my door. This is like 2 inches outside my back door, looking down on my very badly needed to be painted deck. It just sprawls out there. That's where it belongs. It's either front door or back door, and it's right in front of the door. But just kick back, taking it easy. All right. As far as the trial goes, what is the chat's thoughts on time? This case is too big not to allow more time, in my opinion. Darcy, I think they are going to grant more, but at the same time, I think the judge is going to, you know, what good is the time limits if they just always get default amount of time? I mean, I don't think they're going to get as much as they ask for. That's my guess here. I don't think they're going to get as much as they want. I think Anderson may have been close to the subject of Beatty and should have let Whitney do the cross. Too close. Donald King, possibly, but I don't know. They did not release her. They did not release her. I wonder if they can call her separately and talk to her again, maybe in rebuttal. I don't know. I'll paint your deck for 100 super chats. I can paint the deck. That's not a problem. I just have to move the cat first. Darth Legend says, Kathy Beatty, I'm not sure what you're asking. I'd have to check my notes on the death of that patient, but I probably wouldn't have noted that anyway. The guidelines are flexible, and besides and the bedside RN. Permission? Yeah, you pretty much summarized everything from her from her testimony today. So much was evasive and not really the answer. She did not even when she was told she had to answer a yes/no question, she's like, it depends. Even the jury started asking, we would like a yes/no question, and she didn't want to do that either. They have to grant just a little more. I think they will. I think they will grant a little bit more time. Just got your coffee mug from the shop yesterday. Kieran, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I have I've got the pink mug right here. This one, and this is it's got the Darrell Brooks comments, objection overruled grounds on the back. But I've got the pink mug here. Available in a few colors. Christy, for the Pickles Snooter Fund. Snooter Fund. Yes, Pickles needs to be snootered. This is for sure. When are you supposed to do it? When are you supposed to, I guess I need to call my vet friend and say, hey, about that favor. Remember when I found that lost ring for you in your yard? When I was out metal detecting and found that ring? I have this cat. Let's see. We've got... Hope your package brought you back your days in England. Yes, it did, Dilly Pickles. They're one of my husband's favorite, and I remembered you talking about it. No one else has tried... Well, my youngest son has tried them, and he loves them. But only because I put sugar on them first, and then he tried it. And I think he just tasted the sugar. You're talking about the Weetabix. But yes, I do love them. No one's eating my cereal this morning. It's all me. Let's see. He was already granted more time. They didn't use it well. Helene, yes. Helena? Yes, that is, I think that's what we're going to hear from the defense. They're going to say, Chad is not on screen. Now Chad is on screen. Sorry about that. They're going to say that they're going to have problems with that. All right, let's see. Have you got a house for the cat for winter? No, not yet, but I'm looking at first a bed. Now realize we're in the South, right? We're in North Carolina, which is in the South. So, well, you guys are talking about snow and things like that. It's 81 degrees right now. So we're not Florida South, but it's nice and warm. And on the rare times it snows, at least in the 5 years I've lived here, it snowed once a year. I mean, measurable, where you can actually see that something covered the ground a little bit once a year, and it's melted off that same day. That's where it's at. So yes, it's going to be cold enough that it needs a house because it does get chilly. But I haven't got the house for it yet, and I'm worried it's sleeping in my shed, which I've never been in. Honestly, I've never been in my shed. 5 years. I bought the house. I've never been in there because I'm scared there are wasps. Now you guys know how I am with bugs. Okay, so I would sooner demolish the shed than walk in there. Okay, he's probably big enough and old enough by 6 months. I think. It's probably time. We might have to. I know that our town has a feral cat problem for sure, because the neighbors across the street whose cat got out of their house for the rare chance it ever got out. It got out. We saw it up on the roof of their house. They came over because they said, "Hey, is that our cat?" And they came over and they're like, "Wait, it's much too small." But it has like it's almost identical markings that we looked at pictures. It looks like the spitting image of this cat. So probably from the same parents. And theirs started as a feral cat as well that just sort of found them. I don't know where to start with the cat house, but the cat is not going to be indoor cat. That's for sure. There's too many allergies. What happened with the bug the other day? What type of bug was it? In the South, they call them water bugs. They call them palmetto bugs. They call them everything but cockroaches, and a cockroach is what it is. It was when it gets fall time, when it starts getting cold outside, especially at night, they'll try to get in the house. And I live in a very old house that we're constantly fighting this battle. Usually we treat the outside and everything. So usually when a bug does get inside, it's very lethargic and it's dying. But yeah, I did notice my cat has a little nick on its ear, like it got in a fight. Probably with a possum, I'm thinking. 'Cause possums are mean if you've ever seen them. The water bug. We just call it what it is. Yep. Anyway, the bug was dead. I paid my daughter $5. Actually, I bought her something that was worth $5, and she wanted that instead of the money, so that worked. Okay. To get rid of wasps, you need to make cotton or burlap sachet bags with mothballs and put them in the shed. I could wait also till it freezes.
Okay,
I think
please
the judge
be seated, everyone.
Okay.
Let's talk about schedules. So, who's gonna?
So for the remainder of today, we have Dr. Sharon Levy by Zoom. After that, we have a nurse Thatcher. My suspicion is that will take us to the end of the day, which today is 4 o'clock. If not, we do have a 35-minute deposition of O'Leary Johnson we can play. Tomorrow, we plan on calling our expert, Dr. Alexander. We plan on calling Dr. Dolan, who's an intensive care physician, and likely a nurse cook. And in terms of just completing live witnesses on Wednesday, we would likely call Nurse Ballwig, Nurse Arenas.
Who was it?
Sorry, Ballwig, Ballwig. I might have that a little off. Nurse Arenas, and potentially, although we're on the fence, and I'll talk to you about this, Your Honor, we have one remaining expert, Dr. Cohen. In terms of depositions, we have the deposition of Dr. Wyndham, the deposition of Dr. Padron, that's relatively short.
Social worker Padron.
Social worker Padron. We have designated, but we'll talk about this, Dr. Kilgore. We have some short publications of depositions of Jack Kowalski, Maya Kowalski, and potentially Scott Kowalski. My guess is if you looked at all of those combined with O'Leary Johnson, we're probably looking at 3 to 4 hours total of remaining depositions that we feel like we need to get in front of the jury. So if we were to add up that with live witnesses and pushing the depositions where we have time, assuming, of course, that the cross-examination is succinct, then we should be in a position to rest by Wednesday.
I lost track. Are all of these that you just listed live witnesses?
Yeah, I'll run it down again for you, Mr. Anderson. So today,
I got Levy, Thatcher, on and on, down to O'Leary, but these are all going to be live.
No, O'Leary's not live. O'Leary has a medical condition. We'd be playing her.
All right. Anybody else by depot?
Yeah, so the live witness is Wednesday. We have 2 nurses and potentially Dr. Cohen. And by depot was O'Leary, Wyndham, Padron, maybe Kilgore, although we might sacrifice one of these to get done on Wednesday if we're actually getting done on Wednesday. And then some shorter clips of Jack, Maya, and Scott Kowalski.
All right.
Are there any further deposition designation objections I need to rule on?
Well, the only ones that, and Mr. Hunter reminded me potentially Danielson as well. In terms of ruling on them, we have rulings on Padron, do we not?
No. I sent, can I speak to that, Judge? I emailed over yesterday. I don't remember when, to be honest. It was not today. It was either yesterday or the day before. A very, it's probably 8 minutes of Padron's dep. because it had previously been designated and ruled on, but we just literally cut it down, and to ask counsel for plaintiff, are you going to have anything that you want to counter given this is our designation? And they haven't had time to respond to that. I don't believe, though, you've already ruled on objections when there was much more designations. I don't anticipate there's going to be any actual objections, assuming we'll both pay attention to the previous rulings. But I can speak to that.
To complete your inquiry, Your Honor, I would anticipate designating that we consider more admissions by party opponents for Mr. Kowalski and Maya Kowalski, something that in the range of 15 minutes each. I don't know that we can get those to you this evening if you need to see what they are. I mean, I think we just have the right to play them.
I don't need to see them unless there's an objection.
If there's no objection in the transcript, we can just go ahead and publish. Would that be your... Or do you want us to shoot to the other side?
You need to give them the designations.
Okay.
And if there's a specific objection, Mike, one of these cameras isn't working, and I think it's the computer needs to be rebooted. I think.
Sorry.
Because the little green light isn't on. It's the silver one on our left.
We will get them our designations for those this evening to see if there's any objections.
And Mr. Anderson, what are we looking at as far as rebuttal?
Well, obviously, we have to see a little bit more about what they're bringing into it, Judge. But right now, I would say we have 6 hours, one day.
Well, you have never put 6 hours of testimony in one day, period, the end.
We're trying to cut it down to make it one day. We understand the court's concern.
I don't think you've got the time to put 6 hours of rebuttal in.
Then we'll cut it down to whatever we need to. Let us think a little bit about it, Judge, because I originally thought we had a full day and we could get it done then. But if the court's confident, we can't.
2 hours.
Yep.
It may end up being 2 hours. It may just be on, off, on, off, on, off. That was what we were originally planning to do.
Well, look, we have to let this jury deliberate.
So cut it down and get it down to a few hours, 2 hours, 2.5.
1 second.
Judge is talking to bailiff really quickly. Mr. Anderson is saying, we're going to do closing. It's going to take about 6 hours. This judge is like, I'm not sure if you checked the clock recently, but you started with less than 2.5.
I understand. We'll try to get it down to a half a day or less.
What?
He's like,
no,
you don't understand me.
Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Well, Maya, Jack, Joe Corcoran right now. Who else do you think? Yeah, Newberger, if we can get him. There's still a question, and we'll know this afternoon or tomorrow whether he can testify or not. So he would be in. And he would likely be our longest witness at, 45 minutes to an hour.
You might have to move it over to the other feed, Mike. Oh, there it is. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We understand the concern.
I don't think he understands. The judge is going to make it clear.
You realize I've got a trial period starting the Monday after this case.
Right, Judge.
In a totally other case.
So, but yes, we will do what is necessary.
Well,
to get it done.
Look, the courthouse is closed on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And what I'm hearing is you're wanting them to start deliberating on Wednesday afternoon or Thursday is what I'm hearing.
Very much, yes. I think
how is that going to be possible?
Well, unless the defense shortens this case a little bit with some of these depositions.
They are nowhere close to running out of time.
All right, Judge, we will get it down to 2 hours or less. I don't know if we can do it in an hour. Maybe. But I hadn't really plotted out all of our questions yet.
assume for the sake of argument, just assume that the defense rests on Wednesday and the plaintiffs had 2 hours, 30 minutes for their rebuttal case, total. Are you all going to be able to cross-examine whoever they're calling in their rebuttal case?
Well, it would take all of Monday with our cross. So so the short answer is, if they were allowed 2.5 hours of additional time to put on rebuttal, obviously we have no time constraints, but if we focus our cross, then it sounds like then we would be at best closing Tuesday, and we would again note our objection to them getting more time. But I would say this, by my count, the plaintiff is probably down to at most an hour and a half left of the 59 hours that they have.
That was my count as well.
Probably a little less. The only way we're even going to be able to rest Wednesday is if, respectfully, the court holds them to this remaining hour and a half for cross, because if we see another lengthy cross like we saw with Ms. Beatty, which respectfully we had to have asked and answer questions sustained, we're not going to be resting Wednesday.
I suspect the plaintiffs don't want me to mistry this case because they couldn't finish in time.
Absolutely. My 2.5 was, I was considering when I say a morning, the cross as well. I hope I didn't come off at 2.5 hours of our testimony. That's how long I thought it would take us. A morning. But they're down to 2.5.
This morning on Miss Beatty, the defense used 25 minutes and you used an hour. Yes. I mean, we weren't exactly crisp today.
No, I was not. I got thrown on an order or two.
We do need to note our objection for the record and the plaintiff being given any more time. They still have an hour and a half remaining. They can conserve cross, and they'll have 45 minutes for the rebuttal case of true rebuttal. If that schedule holds, then I can talk to my colleagues. We may be even able to clear off, rest maybe at 1 or 2 o'clock Wednesday if the plaintiffs are going to be held to their shot clock, so that they have an hour to put on the rebuttal case, and we can do closings Monday. That's a suggestion I can certainly talk about with Ms. Croyles and Mr. Hunter, that we could, if they're going to be held to that, or if Your Honor would say, I'll give them an additional 30 minutes, that we could maybe finish Wednesday. I just have grave concerns. I need to note for the record our objection to them getting more time, but I have grave concerns
Fourth time they said that.
If they're not being held to their remaining allotted time in some fashion, I'm gravely concerned that we're going to finish Wednesday. As Your Honor noted, they're 2-1 on their cross versus direct, and we do have several live witnesses.
Ms. Beatty was obviously not my best effort, but then again, the witness was a little difficult to control, Judge. I'm not going to be doing that with any others, obviously.
Mr. Whitney and Ms. Lawrence are there to actually
He's taking the next one.
I'd love to hear Ms. Lawrence up there. That'd be awesome.
Dr. Levy, I note that you're here. I'm going to go ahead and put you in the waiting room, okay? Dr. Levy is out of our presence.
Dr. Levy has left.
I'm going to have to figure out where specifically the plaintiffs are.
I think Mr. Spiro.
Here's my overarching view. I know that there's been a couple of days where we haven't been as crisp, but I think we're in week 7. That was only on a couple of days. Generally speaking, the plaintiffs have done on their cross-examinations, has done somewhat of a time limit. I know, Ms. Groves,
I'm sorry, Judge.
I know, and I know
it's just because we've been held to this standard of time, and we structured our whole case with the understanding of the limitations placed upon us, and the plaintiff just keeps asking for forgiveness and getting more time.
What I was gonna say is, I realize that your cross-examinations, generally speaking, was 1 minute to every 3 minutes of their direct. and it's kind of averaging out the plaintiff's cross-examination is about 1 minute for every 2 minutes of the defense. No, I mean, generally speaking, with the exception of this morning, I'm looking at it here, like on the 23rd, plaintiff's an hour and 30 minutes, the defense 2 hours, 55 minutes. On Tuesday, 1 hour, 40 minutes, the defense 3 hours, 45 minutes. Wednesday, hour and 20 to the defense 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I think it's fair to say that the plaintiff's cross was about 1 minute for every 2 minutes. They do have the burden of proof. Here's my understanding of the case law, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong. That if a judge gives a time limit, that if the party that ends up out of time and is asking for more times, if they can show that they've used their time appropriately and that there's specific issues they need to still address, I'm almost required to give it to them. That's kind of my understanding of case law. If my understanding of case law is incorrect, let me know.
My understanding, Judge, and I haven't researched this extensively by any means because we just planned on fitting within the time allotted, that they would have to show what exactly they wanted to do that they couldn't do. It has to, first of all, in this case, it has to be true rebuttal as opposed to just putting on the plaintiffs to, again, deny whatever we put on. That's not rebuttal. So we would suggest that before the court considering giving them any additional time, and we would, again, oppose that they actually proffer verbally what the, quote, rebuttal is, so we are not putting this jury off for what's really not rebuttal.
Well, I'll add up the time, and if you want to say that or give me a case that would change my view of what my understanding of case law is, because
good luck
that's
with that
generally my understanding. And
just to briefly touch, I think what the defense is really wrestling with, since we have 20 more hours to go, is we're for the sake of this jury and for the sake of judicial economy, we're looking at witnesses that we would consider potentially important to our case. We're talking about sacrificing in the name of getting this case to the jury on Monday, or to close Monday so they get out on Tuesday. And I think what's causing a lot of consternation on this side is, why are we cutting down what we may consider necessary witnesses if all it's going to do is give more time to the plaintiff to add to what we're hearing is not true rebuttal? And without going backwards, since Your Honor did make what I think is a somewhat, as a fair characterization, without going too backwards on this, they called a lot of witnesses that just really weren't necessary to their case, including their last witness was, the grandmother of somebody taken through a Polish translator. So we do think we have a record that they've been allotted a lot of time, and it's prejudicial for the defense to be asked to sacrifice our witnesses in our case to leave them rebuttal. I don't know how else to address this. I'm just trying to voice what we would consider to be a prejudicial waiving of our right to call additional witnesses to try to get this case to the jury, if all that's going to mean is that the plaintiff gets more and more time to put on rebuttal. We haven't heard what's actually rebuttal about any of those witnesses.
Well, I think, didn't we start the defense case on the 16th?
I honestly don't know, Judge.
I think we started with you on the 16th.
It was the Monday. We didn't start immediately because they did have a little bit of presentation with Dr. Richards.
Couldn't have been much because the plaintiffs used 55 minutes on the 16th. But so you started on the 16th, so that means today is your 10th trial day. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we've had a total of 23 actual days that are witnessed. You're going to say that you're going to have 2 more days So that means 13. That means you're going to use the same number of trial days that the plaintiff has used.
The only difference is when it were their trial days, as Your Honor noted, they consumed 3/4 of the day. We consumed 1/4 on our trial days. They're consuming 1/3, and we're consuming 2/3. But it bears in the time.
Yeah. I said 2/3, 1/3, but I mean, or actually 3. Yeah, you're right. 25, 75, and then the reality is, that's my understanding of case law. I think if you want to disabuse me of my view, because it would seem to me that we all would not want to see a mistrial if I don't give them an extra 2.5 hours for rebuttal, which, looking at this, I think if we could do plaintiffs 2.5 hours, and even if you spent 2.5 hours on cross-examination, we can do that in one trial day.
So we would close Tuesday, but I would ask Your Honor.
Can I just ask one clarification?
My
understanding is they said 2.5 hours, including our cross.
I don't know how they can say that. I don't know how they could know how much time you're going to use in cross, just like you don't know how much time they're going to use in cross.
So with, again, our representations to the court of the witnesses we need, are they being granted more time above the 59 hours to include in cross, or is the court going to at least hold them to, if they have an hour and a half less?
I'm giving you a chance to provide me a little bit of case law. And so I'll readdress this later on this afternoon.
Okay, and I would just say that our anticipated ability to rest Wednesday is going to be obliterated if they're allowed to cross-examine our witnesses.
I hear what you said.
Okay,
I heard it 4 times ago. I understand, but I am also very heavily forecasting to the defense or the plaintiffs that if they are not judicious with their time, either they're not getting more time or they're going to get themselves a nice mistrial because I'm supposed to be someplace else that following week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Time has become
in conversation with the courtroom deputy, the juror who has the daughter issue on November 8th is one of the 6 jurors that would be deliberating.
I'm sorry, was there a time that she needs to be by touched?
4:45.
They would probably have to stop deliberating that day around 3:45 on the 8th. Anything else with a time issue?
Not at this point, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in?
We can always do exhibits.
For witnesses for today?
No.
Then
we do have a concern.
Just one?
We have many. One I want to speak about right now. Dr. Levy, if I'm saying that correctly, we don't show that she has an active Florida license to testify as an expert witness.
Ooh.
She's not providing standard of care opinions.
Who is Dr. Levy and what is she going to be testifying?
She's an addiction medicine. She provided a very detailed report. She's an addiction medicine behavioral physician. Her testimony is going to be about ketamine. The questions the jury asked about, is ketamine addictive? What are the withdrawal symptoms? Things of that nature. She won't be testifying on standard of care. All of this was laid out in a very detailed report.
Right, but for a physician to testify as an expert in this state, they must have a Florida license under 766 and 458. And our search indicates she never had one or has one.
It's more about, if you say it's not connected up or anything.
Have a specific citation for me?
Mr. Whitney's getting a citation from Ms. Lawrence.
6103, I believe, Your Honor.
If they want to see it.
MacBook Air to the rescue. Maybe
you sure that's the statute you're talking about?
And then what you have is 415.
Ms. Lawrence coming in clutch.
.3175, Your Honor, requires the expert witness certificate.
458 what?
.3175. To provide expert testimony in this state, the physician must have this certificate. It doesn't limit it to only standard of care opinions. To provide testimony broadly.
And the importance here is that if this witness does not testify as an expert, they cannot speculate on anything. They can't be asked to give opinions on things like a normal expert would be able to. So this would be a huge hamstring on the defense.
Can you read the other side at the 458-3175?
Yes.
Was there another one after that?
766, 103,
Right.
and 102.
Okay. What in 458.3175 says if you don't have this certificate that they can't testify?
1A, Your Honor, it doesn't phrase it like that, but it conditions it on that the certificate will be obtained to provide expert testimony in this state, implicating that you cannot do so if you do not have a certificate.
Do you have a case that says that?
Not offhand, Your Honor.
It's been kind of an issue throughout, hasn't it, though, Judge?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why I'm
just hearing about it
with
now.
The second before the witness comes to testify.
Frankly, we were flipping through the resume over lunch, just going over things again, and happened to notice something that we frankly did not consider even being an issue for any of their experts. It's not something that you expect to have such a relatively minor thing, like getting the license I'm talking about. Not at this point, but getting the license being a problem.
Well, I'm looking at 458.3175. And if you look at sub 2, it says an expert witness certificate authorizes the physician to whom the certificate is issued to do only the following. A, provide a verified written medical expert opinion as provided in section 766.203, which is the pre-suit. So that doesn't apply. B, provide expert testimony about the prevailing professional standard of care in connection with medical negligence litigation pending in the state against a physician licensed under this chapter or chapters. Well, there's not a physician that's being sued here. And also, the defense says that they're not calling this witness for a standard of care. So it would seem B does not apply. C, provide expert testimony in criminal child abuse and neglect cases pursuant to Chapter 827, dependency cases pursuant to Chapter 39, and cases involving sexual battery of a child pursuant to Chapter 794 in the state. Now, I think we've made it very clear that this case is not a dependency case under Chapter 39, so I don't see how this statute applies. Just looking at the text of the statute. So, unless you've got a case that says it applies in a case such as ours,
I don't have that at the moment, Your Honor.
I'm tending to believe that this is a non-issue at this point.
All right.
Okay. So I can bring in the jury, is that correct?
We are ready to proceed now.
Mr.
Did you want us to riddle this first?
I'll go ahead and do that.
She's at the state.
Witnesses on Zoom. There she is.
Dr. Levy, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Said Dr. Levy. I sorry, cut that out.
How's that?
That's better. Am I saying that properly, Dr. Levy?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Levy, are you currently outside the state of Florida?
Yes.
What state are you in?
Massachusetts.
Okay, Dr. Levy, I'm a judge in the state of Florida, and my ability to administer an oath only extends to the boundaries of the state of Florida. However, if you agree, I am allowed to administer the oath to you, but what that means is you need to consent to personal jurisdiction here in Sarasota County, Florida, for any sort of enforcement action, or let's say there's a criminal action for perjury against you. So understanding that you would be submitting to the personal jurisdiction of the state of Florida, do you agree I can administer the oath to you?
Yes, I do.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to bring in the jury.
I think it's a pillow. I think it's like a pillow behind her. Okay, it would be hilarious if there's a cat in the background that like wanders around. Oh, she stands for the jury. That is awesome. I've never seen that before. Does that mean I assume you guys are all standing as well, right?
Everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did not do the investigation, and you received no information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've not seen any media accounts about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Shapiro.
Sure, thank you. We call Dr. Sharon Levy.
Okay. And members of the jury, you see Dr. Levy via Zoom on the screen in front of you. I just want to let you know, outside of your presence, I did administer the oath to her, and so she is testifying under oath. Mr. Shapiro, you may inquire.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Levy. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Levy. I am a pediatrician and an addiction medicine specialist, and I practice at Boston Children's Hospital in Massachusetts.
Okay, let me walk you through a little bit about that. What's your current title at Boston Children's?
I am the chief of the Division of Addiction Medicine at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, so let's go backwards a little bit. Where did you get your undergraduate degree?
At the University of Pennsylvania.
And what did you graduate with?
I graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree.
And what did you do for education after your BA from University of Pennsylvania?
I went to medical school at New York University.
Okay. And what year did you graduate from NYU?
1992.
And did you do any internship training after that?
I did. I did an internship, a residency, and a chief residency in pediatrics at Bellevue Hospital, NYU Medical Center.
And what does that mean to be chief resident?
In pediatrics, chief resident is an honorary position. It's a fourth year so it's an extra year of residency training where you become responsible for overseeing your fellow residents, your more junior residents.
Did you do any fellowship training after your internship and residency?
I did. At Boston Children's Hospital, I did what was called a pediatric advocacy training fellowship, which really was equivalent to, I think in many ways, what we would call a developmental behavioral pediatric fellowship today.
And do you hold any board certifications?
I do. I am board certified in developmental behavioral pediatrics and also in addiction medicine.
Do you also hold a master's degree?
I have a master's degree in public health from the Harvard School of Public Health.
And what's your current title? Well, let me back up for a minute. When you were doing your training at Boston Children's, is that affiliated with Harvard Medical School?
Yes, that is one of the hospitals affiliated with Harvard Medical School.
What's your current title at Boston Children's?
So I am the chief of the Division of Addiction Medicine at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay. Is that a unique position in terms of its affiliation with the hospital?
It is. So the Division of Addiction Medicine was created in the Department of Pediatrics at Boston Children's Hospital just this past July. Before that, we had been a program in a larger division. We are the first Division of Addiction Medicine at a pediatric hospital in the United States.
Have you contributed any publications to the medical literature?
I have.
Okay. Do you have a rough count of how many approximately?
I would say well over 100.
Okay. And what does it mean to have peer-reviewed literature?
So peer review literature means that the journal has sent out a manuscript to have it reviewed by people who are experts in the field. Typically, they will give comments and suggestions, and often manuscripts are revised based on having some outside expert look at it prior to publication.
And have you contributed any topics to any textbooks? I have.
I believe, without doing a formal count, I believe I've written more than 20 or 30 textbook chapters, and I also serve as an associate editor of the Principles of Addiction Medicine, which is the core textbook for the field of addiction medicine.
And you mentioned to me about a special recognition from the White House recently. What was that about?
Yes, a number of years ago, I was recognized by the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy for contributions to the field of addiction medicine around developing the field of pediatric addiction medicine.
So in this case, I sent you some medical records and some documents to review. Have you reviewed them in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
And do you have a rough account of how much you've billed or will bill to this point?
So going back to 2019, when I first started looking at this case, the total has been roughly about $10,000 for the past 4 years or so.
So let me ask you about some of your opinions. Are you familiar with the drug ketamine?
I am.
Is ketamine addictive?
Yes, ketamine is a psychoactive drug that is addictive.
Okay. When you say psychoactive drug, what do you mean by that?
So a psychoactive drug, I'm referring to any drug that can cause release of dopamine in the brain's pleasure and reward center. So any drug that can do that will have the potential to be addictive.
When we use the word addiction, can you explain to the jury, what does that mean when you say something's addictive?
Yeah, so actually, a little bit of background here, if I may. The technical diagnoses we use in the field of addiction medicine are actually substance use disorder. So this is a diagnosis that's made by a checklist of 11 items that really speak to trouble controlling use, having use of a substance interfere with day-to-day functioning or interpersonal relationships, or substance use that's dangerous. So there are 11 criteria. We ask patients who come in when we're evaluating them for substance use disorder. We take a history and see if they've met these criteria, and that's how we make a formal diagnosis of a substance use disorder. The term addiction is not precisely defined. Generally speaking, people use it to mean loss of control over substance use, and so I think many people may have may know of people who have become addicted to nicotine, who will do things to continue to use nicotine, even if the nicotine use, for example, isn't pleasurable. So the issue around addiction is that it can really change someone's behavior. And so I think, some people might think of, when they hear addiction, some people might think of clinical picture of somebody who's addicted to heroin, who might really do some, who in order to obtain or use heroin, might really do some things that are really not typical behavior. For example, they might, rob or steal to get money to buy heroin or to get the drug itself. Sometimes it's a much more subtle thing. Again, like someone who's become addicted to nicotine might, stand out in the middle of a snowstorm to smoke because they're not allowed to smoke indoors, right? So it's loss of control over behavior, sometimes with really, fulminant changes in behavior. I would like to say, though.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yeah. So let me ask you about, in terms of ketamine's addictive properties, can you describe to the jury what those would be? Why would ketamine be addictive?
So all substances that can cause release of dopamine in the brain can be addictive. So it turns out that changes in the neurons of the part of the brain that's called the pleasure and reward center can actually result in the clinical picture that we call addiction, right? So what's happening in those cases is that substance use is kind of being, for lack of a better word, it's being misfiled by the brain. And it's now being put into the category of life-sustaining behaviors, which would include things like breathing and eating and drinking. When that happens, the subconscious parts of the brain start to protect the behavior. So when you're
so let me ask you about that. When you say the subconscious part of the brain protect behavior, what are you referring to, doctor?
Yeah, thank you. So
she's just
if you
nervous,
try
guys.
and hold your breath,
let her get settled in.
For too long, at some point your reflexes in your brain will take over and you'll start breathing again, right? Because for life-sustaining behaviors, your brain is going to make sure that those behaviors don't get interrupted. The same, when you become addicted to a substance, your brain starts protecting that substance use, and the more primitive parts of your brain will take over from the higher order parts of your brain that normally control behavior to ensure that you get to substance use if needed.
Is there a particular risk of addiction in the immature brain versus the mature brain?
There is. So the part of the brain called the prefrontal cortexes, that's the part of the brain that houses what we call executive functions. Those are things like impulse control, error monitoring. That part of the brain is developing in adolescence through early adulthood, and that process in most people is thought to conclude somewhere around age 25, so in the mid-20s. While that part of the brain is still maturing, it turns out that part of the brain can protect against some of the changes in the pleasure and reward center that are associated with this loss of control or the clinical picture of addiction. Once those parts of the brain, the prefrontal cortexes, are mature in adults, they provide some protection to the against the changes that we see in addiction. So in younger people, while that part of the brain is still maturing, they are more susceptible to developing addiction. And in fact, for every substance that we look at, we know that the younger you are when you start using a substance, the greater your chance of developing a substance use disorder. That's been shown for alcohol, cannabis, opioids, other substances.
So in terms of the actual physiologic effect, are you able to tell the jury whether ketamine can cause problems such as cell death in the brain?
Yes. So ketamine can cause apoptosis, particularly in younger animals. So apoptosis is programmed cell death, and
animals, right?
Ketamine accelerates that process.
In terms of both short-term and long-term, let's talk about short-term. Are you able to educate the jury about what the short-term effects are of ketamine use?
So short-term effects typically include psychotic symptoms, things like delusions, hallucinations, or out-of-body experiences. It can also include memory impairment on a physiologic level. Ketamine can increase heart rate and slow respiration.
Why does ketamine cause memory impairment?
So ketamine is a blocker of a receptor in the brain that's called NMDA, and when that receptor is blocked, get all kinds of physiological consequences secondarily, and memory loss is one of them.
Does ketamine cause respiratory depression?
Yes, ketamine slows respiration.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about longer term, more chronic use of ketamine. Can you educate the jury of what some of the risks are of long-term ketamine use?
Yes. So people who use ketamine in the long term can develop problems with cognition, problems with memory, psychotic disorders, and mood disorders.
Clay, are you able to put up Exhibit 1046-004? And Doctor, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but I'll ask you, I provided you with a copy of Dr. Lewis's report. One moment. Did you see, they're pulling it up real quickly here. On the second full paragraph, it says, thus the presence of processing speed deficits are likely occurring as a result of at least two etiologies. Dr. Lewis talks about psychomotor slowing. Is that something that can be a known effect of ketamine?
Objection. One expert commenting on another's. Overruled, please.
So yes, that can be a consequence of ketamine use, ketamine exposure.
And you talked about mood disorder. What's the link between long-term ketamine use and mood disturbance?
So people who use ketamine chronically are more likely to have mood disorders that can include depression and bipolar disorder.
Clay, you can take that down now if you don't mind. So let me talk to you a little bit about, are you familiar, could you educate the jury as to what withdrawal symptoms of ketamine would look like?
Yes. So there's no real described ketamine withdrawal constellation of symptoms, but what has been described are reactions of anxiety and intense irritability.
Okay. In terms of ketamine being a dissociative drug, are there any specific risks of a patient taking a dissociative drug long term?
Objection. Vague as to long term.
So let me specify my question to you, Dr. Lee. Have you been provided the records that have generally shown the doses of ketamine that Maya received from 2015 until her hospitalization in All Children's in October of 2016?
Yes, I have.
In your review and your understanding, based on your education, training, and experiences, would you consider those doses of ketamine to be high?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead. You can answer, Doctor.
Yes, I would. The doses that I've seen reported, in my opinion, are more similar to the kinds of exposures we see in people with ketamine addiction than we are than the lower doses that you would see when people use ketamine for analgesia or pain control.
Okay. Can somebody develop? Well, I won't say somebody, but is there can a person develop a tolerance to ketamine based on chronic exposure?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer, Doctor.
We just switched to Whitney.
Yes. Tolerance is known to be associated with chronic ketamine use.
There's also some reference in the record of Maya receiving what's called a benzodiazepine. Are you familiar with those classes of drugs?
Yes.
And what are benzodiazepines?
Benzodiazepines are sedatives that are used to control anxiety, and they're also anticonvulsants, and they're also used. They're also addictive.
And I was going to ask you that question. Is there a risk of addiction with long-term use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And are you familiar with the withdrawal symptoms of benzodiazepines?
Yes, I am.
And what do those symptoms look like?
In benzodiazepines, we often see people experience anxiety, irritability, and they can have seizures from benzodiazepine withdrawal. Can actually be quite dangerous.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about use of ketamine going forward. The jury has heard a recommendation that Maya receive ketamine again based on a recommendation from Dr. Kirkpatrick for a certain period of time into the future. Let me ask you this. Based on your training and experience, would you consider it to be dangerous for an adolescent like Maya to be chronically using ketamine in the future?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and why?
Well, I think so. Ketamine is an addictive substance. Maya's already had a very extensive exposure. I would be concerned that any chronic problems that she may be experiencing related to ketamine use could get worse. I would also be concerned that she could develop or worsen a substance use disorder to ketamine.
And is there a particular concern about starting a significant ketamine dose around her age at age 18 during that adolescent period that would be unique to that period of life?
Yes, there is. Again, the risk of developing a substance use disorder is much higher among adolescents and young adults. I think that there would be real concerns about using a drug like ketamine, certainly in high doses, in somebody in this age range.
Okay. I appreciate your time, Doctor. Those are the questions I have at this point. I may have some after plaintiff's counsel asks you questions. Thank you.
Here comes Mr. Whitney.
Mr. Whitney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Sure.
Good afternoon, Dr. Levy.
Good afternoon.
You've been paid $20,000 approximately today, is that right?
No. It's approximately $10,000 for my work on this case, dating back to 2019.
What do you charge per hour?
I have to double check my records, but I believe it's about $450 per hour.
So at that rate, you've spent approximately 20 hours looking at this case over the previous 4 years. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
That's it, right?
Yes.
Certainly you haven't reviewed all of Maya's medical records.
I've reviewed quite a bit of her medical records, but probably not every page that's ever been written.
Her chart at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital for the relevant admission is 3,700 pages. You didn't review that in 20 hours, did you?
No, I didn't review 3,000 pages.
In total? You haven't reviewed even 3,000 pages, have you?
I would have to go in and count how many pages. I would say that in medical records, often many of the pages don't take a lot of time to review.
So you did or did not review 3,700 pages from the relevant admission?
I would have to go back and look at my notes to tell you exactly how many pages that I've reviewed.
You might have reviewed 3,700 pages in 20 hours. Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think that it's possible simply because many of the pages in medical records are not dense writing, that are they're more charts and things that can be reviewed very quickly.
So just taking that alone, that's 200 pages an hour. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Kirkpatrick's records, how long are those?
How long are Dr. Kirkpatrick's records?
Right.
I really don't know off the top of my head.
Do you know who Dr. Kirkpatrick is?
I do.
Who's Dr. Kirkpatrick?
So he is a pain specialist who was an expert in treating chronic regional pain syndrome, who I believe consulted with Maya at some point, and I believe that he submitted a report on this case.
At what point did he consult with Maya?
I don't actually recall the exact dates on that.
How about Dr. Cantu? Have you reviewed his records?
Objection overruled.
So, I believe that I've seen summaries of his records. I believe Dr. Cantu was a physician in Mexico who put Maya in a medical coma using ketamine, and I believe that I reviewed a summary of those records. I don't believe that I have every single record from that visit.
Do you have that summary of records with you today?
I would have to look through my files to see what I have.
Who provided you a summary of records? Dr. Cantu?
No, Dr. Cantu has not provided me a summary of records.
Defense counsel?
Yes, I don't believe they came from Dr. Cantu. I believe that I've read in the medical records about this previous admission.
When did Dr. Cantu see Maya?
If you're asking for the exact date, I believe it was somewhere in 2015, but I couldn't tell you for sure. I'd have to go back and look.
February of 2015 sound right?
That could be right.
Or it could be December.
Sorry, I don't recall the month or the exact year.
How about Dr. Hanna? Have you reviewed his records?
So again, I have reviewed some of the materials from Dr. Hanna. I think many of those materials may have been summarized in other notes from that I have read.
Other notes from who?
I think that there may have been notes referring to Dr. Hanna and his care in other parts of Maya's medical records.
But his notes specifically, have you reviewed those?
I think that I may have seen summaries of things like the amount of medications delivered and things like that, but not the detailed notes, no.
Who wrote the summary?
I believe it was Dr. Hannah.
Dr. Hannah wrote a summary.
I believe so.
Well, we haven't seen that, and the jury hasn't seen that, so I'd just like to know if you have a summary from Dr. Hannah.
So I have a summary of the amount of medications that he administered, and it may have been produced by somebody else who was going through the notes and summarizing it.
Right. My question, doctor, is who authored the summary of Dr. Hannah's treatments?
I'm not sure, sir.
All right. What dosing did Dr. Kirkpatrick provide Maya Kowalski during her infusions?
You're sorry, but you're asking me a lot of details that, I would need to go back and look at notes. I have not committed these.
Well, to be fair, ma'am, you're being paid $450 an hour, so I am asking you details, and this is an important case. Can you tell me what dosing Dr. Kirkpatrick provided?
I would have to go and look that up.
How about Dr. Cantu, his dosing?
I would have to look up the exact doses.
You testified to this jury that there were high doses of ketamine, but you can't tell us what the doses were?
That's correct.
Wouldn't you need to know the doses to say whether they're low, high, extreme, negligible? To describe them in any way, you'd need to know the dosing, wouldn't you?
That's right. And
Dr. Hannah, what was Dr. Hannah's dosing?
Hold on. Can you please finish your answer?
Sure, please.
That's right. And I had looked at the doses and found them to be high. I've been looking at materials since 2019, so I can't remember all the details in my head.
You've been spending 5 hours a year in total since 2019. If we average out your 20 hours in this case, right?
That's correct.
It's not much.
Well,
that's not much, is it?
Objection,
it's
argument.
it's what
overruled.
Was needed.
Are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you. Are you finished with that answer?
Yes.
Okay. What are you being paid to be here today by Zoom?
$450 an hour.
Nothing wrong with being paid by the hour, right?
I'm sorry, is that a question?
There's nothing wrong conceptually with being paid by the hour, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let's talk about your testimony specifically as it relates to Maya Kowalski, if there was any. 100 plus publications. None of those deal with ketamine, do they?
So I often write about substance use and addictions, and often that is not specific to a substance. But if you're asking, do I have any articles that specifically review ketamine, I would say no.
Right. And your 20 to 30 textbook chapters, none specifically on ketamine, correct?
That's not correct. Actually, in the main adolescent medicine textbook, called the Einstein Textbook of Adolescent Medicine, did co-author the chapter on substances on psychoactive substances, which includes ketamine.
So maybe one textbook chapter that touches on ketamine?
So I would say one textbook chapter that reviews ketamine specifically. I also, in the Principles of Addiction Medicine textbook, was the associate editor for the section on withdrawal management, which included ketamine.
All right, let's turn to your testimony about some drugs having the potential for addiction. That was your testimony, right?
I don't think I used exactly those words, but that's an okay interpretation of it, yes.
And so, for example, nicotine, caffeine, those have potential for addiction.
Nicotine, certainly. caffeine, I think that there's not clarity on that.
But you need to show with any potentially addictive drug that it actually caused addiction in a person, a patient, a user, however you want to describe them, right?
I'm not clear on the question. Could you please restate it?
It's not enough to just come in here and say to this jury, ketamine can be addictive, right? You need to connect it with what we're talking about here, which is Maya Kowalski, that she was addicted to ketamine.
So, again, is that, what is exactly the question for me? Is it?
You've never taken a history of Maya Kowalski, have you?
I have not.
You've never met Maya Kowalski?
I have not.
You've never interviewed Jack Kowalski about his daughter's treatments?
That's correct. I have not.
You've never spoken with Dr. Kirkpatrick?
Correct.
You've never spoken with Dr. Hannah?
That is correct.
You've never spoken with the primary care physician, Dr. Wassenaar?
That's correct.
You've never spoken with any of the mental health counselors that treated Maya Kowalski over this 2 years that we're talking about in this courtroom?
That's correct.
So it's solely a review of records, but you testified to make a diagnosis of substance abuse disorder or substance-related addictive disorder that you would need to take a history, right?
That's correct.
So you're not here testifying that you have reached a diagnosis of Maya Kowalski, are you?
I am not.
All right. If we turn to, I believe when you said there are 11 criteria that you'd look to, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe you were referencing the DSM-5.
Correct. There's an updated version, the DSM-5 TR.
And,
yes.
And the jury's heard about the updated TR version. I have in front of me the DSM-5, not TR. So if you tell me that there's some change in the TR relevant to what I'm about to ask you over the next few minutes, please let me know.
Okay.
For the substance-related addictive disorders in the DSM-5, these encompass 10 separate classes of drugs. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
You can admit that none of those are ketamine, right?
No, I disagree with that.
All right. Let's talk about them. 10 classes of drugs. Stop me when you hear the one that's ketamine. Alcohol, caffeine, cannabis, inhalants, opioids, sedatives, hypnotics, and anxiolytics. Tell me if that's ketamine. Stimulants, including cocaine, tobacco.
That's 10.
Did you happen to hear ketamine?
No, but so it would fit into different classes.
Which class?
Well, ketamine is ketamine is it's classified as a dissociative anesthetic, so it's in the hallucinogen class, and these are addictive. These are considered addictive medications, addictive substances.
One moment while I find the hallucinogen class, please.
We're drilling down. Whitney is chasing this rabbit.
Hallucinogen. Now, you testified earlier that there was a checklist of 11 items that you use to look for this substance abuse disorder, right?
That's correct. It's substance use disorder, yes.
Substance use disorder. But if I look at the hallucinogen section, it turns out you're not testifying about the hallucinogen section because there are not 11 under that classification, are there?
I believe there are.
Let's talk about some of them. Now, underneath hallucinogen-related disorders, you have phencyclidine use disorder, and you have other hallucinogen use disorder, and then you have phencyclidine intoxication and other hallucinogen intoxication. Which of these should we look to for your ketamine testimony here?
Ketamine is an analog of phencyclidine, so I mean, it would be under other.
Other hallucinogen use disorder?
Yes.
All right. Let's look at the criteria.
Here we go.
A great deal of time is spent in activities necessary to obtain the hallucinogen. Can you point to any record that you've reviewed that showed Maya Kowalski spent a great deal of time in activities necessary to obtain ketamine?
So, here I would say that I would not make a diagnosis without speaking to patient directly. So I don't really think a record review would be sufficient to make a diagnosis here.
All right, ma'am. Have you had a chance to review the dates of the ketamine infusions? Do we have a way to screen share this with her? Yes. Yep. I'm going to show you a calendar of Maya Kowalski's ketamine treatments, doctor. First of all, while we're pulling that up, in 2016, when was Maya's use of ketamine most frequent? Which month?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to tell you months.
How many infusions did she receive in 2016?
I would have to go back to records to look at that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Can you see the calendar, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. I'll represent to you that in red are days where Maya did not receive any ketamine. In green are days that she did receive ketamine.
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled.
Let's look at May. See 3 infusions in May?
Yes.
And the last infusion in May was on the 13th, and she didn't receive her next infusion until June 1st. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you point me to any medical record spanning May 14th to May 31st where you noted symptoms of withdrawal or ketamine addiction?
That's not something that I'd be able to do. You're asking very detailed questions, but I think the question is whether some of the symptoms that are described in the medical records could have possibly been attributable to ketamine withdrawal.
And that's what I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you. In May, what symptoms did you note in the medical records that you can attribute to ketamine use disorder, or more specifically, other hallucinogen use disorder that you're testifying to here?
So I would say that there are many times in the medical records where...
My question's about May, ma'am.
Well, she can finish her answer, please.
Can you answer Mr. Whitney's question, please?
There are many places in the medical records where people are describing what I think you could summarize as irritable behavior on Maya's behalf. I can't tell you exactly what happened in May. I don't have her medical records.
So some irritability in the medical records. All right.
Well, actually, it's not some irritability. I mean, it's actually extreme irritability as reported in those records.
Drugs that may actually cause addiction would include, I hope you'll agree with me, Toradol.
Yes.
Oxycodone.
Yes.
A lot of people hear about oxy addiction, right? Valium,
Yes.
clonidine.
Clonidine is not really thought to be addictive.
All right, so if it turns out that after Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Cantu and Dr. Hanna became involved, they were able to take Maya off of all these other addictive medications, that would be a benefit to the child, would it not?
I think that weaning a patient off of opioids and benzodiazepines can be a benefit, but not necessarily if it's being replaced by something else that can also be dangerous.
Okay. Can I see the attorneys for just a moment, please?
Judge calls an audible here. Let's talk this one over. He doesn't want anyone to hear this. I think he's concerned with this witness. I think she wants to pass out. I think she wants her battery to die on her computer. Honestly, I think that's what she's hoping for, holding out for a low battery alarm. Ooh, looking back in the gallery. Lots of concern looking back in the gallery. What is up there? Mr. Anderson's got his arms folded across his chest, not very happy. K-Cat says, I simply can't thank you enough for tag teaming with Rob on this case. It has finally brought out to the light what us RSD/CRPS peeps have suffered in the darkness. Me for 40 plus years. Oh, K-Cat. Thank you, and I am so sorry. Rob is definitely carrying the heavier burden when it comes to tag teaming this, I can tell you that. Mary, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. Okay, where are we at? There's clearly a problem of some sort. The judge that was brought to the judge's attention. This witness is backfiring, I think, on the defense. The little bit they got from her, which was basically to say that ketamine.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
Jury's been dismissed. There was no pleasantry in the judge's voice there. Unmute yourself at this point. Dr. Levy, do you have your Outlook open right now? Oh, I think I do, she says. I can close it. First off, I need you to close it out. And have you been looking at it during this testimony? I have not seen it during this testimony.
Presence. I'm unmuting the microphone to Dr. Levy. Dr. Levy, can you unmute yourself, please, at this point? Dr. Levy, do you have your Outlook open right now?
I think I do. I'm happy to
Well,
close
first
that.
off, I need you to close it out. And
Yeah.
have you been looking at it during this testimony?
I have not seen it during this testimony.
Do any of the lawyers wish to ask any questions on this issue?
No.
Okay, you can't have anything other than the Zoom open, ma'am, so please.
My apologies.
Okay, please close that. Anything else before I bring the jury back in? Bring in the jury.
Okay, I think we would have seen on her screen, had the screen changed like that, there would have been a brightness change. Now you can see when she opened it up to close it, the screen went whiter. So I believe her. I do think, even though she didn't have Outlook open, the way Outlook works, if anyone has used Outlook, it does have pop-up notifications on the screen. So that could possibly be a concern that there were notifications coming via that, but I don't think she did anything intentional there. Tara says, I knew it. It was the Outlook. It was the Outlook all along. My dog Clover says, Recovery Addict, she knows her stuff based on my personal knowledge, but she's not able to withstand the pressure of the testimony. I love that she stands for the jury. That is awesome. That is really cool. She had Minesweeper open, says Brad. Was she winning? That's the question. Was she winning? It was chiming all the time. If she's a busy doctor, it would chime all the time. That doesn't indicate that something nefarious was happening. But
Members of the jury want to confirm you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And you did not see any media in the 2 minutes you were gone? No. And no one approached you in those 2 minutes? Correct. Okay. Mr. Whitney, you can continue.
Thank you. Dr. Levy, did it come to your attention that the drugs we were just discussing, Toradol, oxycodone, Valium, and clonidine, were all prescribed and administered to Maya Kowalski in 2015?
Yes.
Simultaneously?
Yes.
At Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
No, yes. I don't remember the details, but it doesn't sound...
I want to ask you about, you mentioned Dr. Lewis's report. What drugs was Maya Kowalski on when she underwent Dr. Lewis's neurological, psychological evaluation?
I don't believe that she was on any medications at that time.
You're not positive of that, are you?
Well, I think that there's a note at the beginning that said that she had what's known as a PRN order that she could ask for. I believe it was an opioid, but she hadn't asked for it that day. So the examiner thought there were no substances in her system.
But you haven't cross-checked that statement against the medication administration records of the hospital and the nurses, have you? Because those show there were drugs given to her that day.
Objection, mischaracterization of the record.
It's in evidence.
It's in
overruled.
Yeah. You haven't seen that, have you?
No, I have not.
And one of the markers of a use disorder would be the need, first of all, you would exhaust your supply, would you not? That's what forces you to seek frequent and early refills or prescriptions or obtain them illicitly or whatever you're going to do, right?
That often happens, but exhausting one's supply is not one of the criteria.
You'd expect that if someone had a use disorder as described in the DSM-5, that they would go through their existing supply, would you not?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you ever reviewed the District 12 medical examiner's inventory of medications found in the Kowalski home in January 2017?
Approach.
he said District 12. Won't whistle right into the mic because it will deafen you. But we're going for it here. He's chasing this one down. Oh my goodness. I would say that her background is what makes me think that, like, her background physically in her camera is what makes me think that she's not looking at another monitor. It would show up in the reflection in her glasses. So I think it's good. I think it was an honest mistake. Was I volunteering as tribute? No. Can't even whistle it right. Whitney has eaten the rabbit at this point. Yeah, this witness has been, I would say, in a large part discredited. She's providing just some general testimony. Why is it always Shapiro that having a hard day?
Okay, Dr. Levy, if you can open your microphone again, please. Thank you.
And the objection is
overruled.
Thank you.
He just rubs that point in. The objection was.
You're not aware, Doctor, that the Kowalskis received a prescription for oxycodone in November of 2014. 15 tablets were prescribed. And as of January 2017, 13 remained in their home. Are you?
I was not aware.
They used 2 over the course of 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Levy, Clay, can you put up what's in evidence as 1046-003? And Dr. Levy, I'm showing you Dr. Lewis's report that you were asked about. This is at the very top. It's above, yeah, there you go. Can you blow up that first paragraph? It says the absence of any, can you read that? Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Go ahead and read that paragraph and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay. So was that what you were referring to Mr. Whitney, that when you read Dr. Lewis's report, Maya was not on any analgesic pain medication during that assessment? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So let's go backwards a little bit. You were asked about Dr. Cantu's records and whether you've reviewed them. I'll represent to you, he doesn't have any records. Is that why you didn't review them?
Objection misstates his lab records and evidence.
Overruled.
Dr. Cantu does not have his records from the ketamine coma. That's why you haven't seen them, right?
Yes.
So let me ask you about ketamine dosage. And by the way, you were shown this ketamine dosage chart. Anywhere in that chart did it show the ketamine that Maya was drinking at home?
It did not.
Those were just infusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you are aware that Beata Kowalski was also having Maya drink ketamine in between. Is that right?
Objection as phrased.
Overruled.
Yes, I had read that in the medical records.
Are you generally familiar with the standard dosing of sub-anesthetic ketamine in terms of milligrams per kilograms per hour?
Yes.
Is that between 0.1-0.5 milligrams? Okay. What is your understanding of the standard subacute? Dr. Levy, what is your understanding of the standard sub-anesthetic dose of ketamine measured in milligrams per kilogram per hour?
Less than 0.5 milligrams per kilo per hour.
Okay. And you were provided records of the amount that Dr. Hanna was giving, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you see in the records that Dr. Hanna was providing? In the records, can you tell this jury what Dr. Hanna's doses were in terms of milligrams per kilograms per hour?
I cannot recall the exact doses that Dr. Hanna was given, but I remember doing the calculations and seeing there were many multiples above the minimal doses.
If I were to represent to you that Dr. Hanna was infusing up to 23...
Sustained.
In terms of many multiples, what percentage? Are you talking like 10 times, 100 times, or what?
To the best of my...
Sustained.
What's your recollection in terms of the multiples of dosage of ketamine compared to what you understand to be the standard dose to be?
Same objection.
Overruled on that one.
So to the best of my recollection, they were more than 100 times of the sub-anesthetic doses.
In your career, have you ever seen a child aged 9 to 10 be exposed to this much ketamine?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
I have not.
One moment.
Mr. Shapiro.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro better be gathering about half that check for himself.
Okay, ma'am, don't go anywhere. I'm going to see if the jury has any questions. And the answer is they do.
Jury has questions. Here we go.
Ma'am, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute the microphone again. It's probably going to be several minutes. So just hang tight, but understand you're going to be muted.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we're going to hear this audio or not because she's not in the courtroom.
More coming, is that correct?
Let's see. I'll tell you my version of what I hear.
Wait. I don't have the white noise machine.
Oh no, he's muted us too. We've got no audio. He's muted everybody, so I can't tell you anything. Because the witness is on Zoom. Man. Bummer. Let's hope that they're all able to be read. All right. Pant says, I'm going to rewatch, but don't think he blew across as much as he had faith in this jury. Thank you, the mods and everyone in chat. Thank you very much, Pants. Good to have you here as well. Also got one from Vicky Thompson, says, as a CRPS patient, this trial is triggering. Thank you, Recovery Addict, for the considerate coverage. Love the sympathetic chats. Best place to be. Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate that, and my heart goes out to you as well dealing with that. That is, as we have learned, that is a heavy burden to carry. Let's see. This is how pain and RSD patients are treated, says Gene Anderson. Honestly, that testimony, all the value that came from that testimony, I think came from Mr. Shapiro's mouth. It did not come from the witness. For 5 years or 4 years, she's done 20 hours worth of testimony or 20 hours worth of work, which is 5 hours a year, billed $10,000 plus. I think the wording of the question, I know a lot of times we give them a hard time for asking about how much professionals are paid, but the wording of the question allowed her to say how much she had billed for already, not how much that was still outstanding to bill for. So there could be another $10,000 bill coming from this witness based on how all the attorneys worded their questions in talking with her. So the $20,000 could be accurate that Mr. Whitney was going for. But still, no details. She didn't have anything off the top of her head. And almost like she wasn't expecting a cross. But she wants to be done. She really wants to be done. Mr. Anderson is just peering over Mr. Whitney's shoulder. I think from Mr. Whitney's body language, he's quite confident in liking the juror questions. Whereas Mr. Shapiro is trying to whittle them down as much as he can. I can tell you, we can't hear the judge at all because he's muted the feed going to Zoom because that's where the witness is at. I can see the witness still in the Zoom room. So if he hadn't muted the feed, the witness would hear these questions, and that is not allowed. So we can't hear anything. He would have to put her in a breakout room, which he has not done. She's still in the main room. I think Anderson still beat himself up over his performance during Betty. Yeah, Judy, we heard that from him today. He admitted to the judge, like, yeah, this one, that wasn't my best. Struggled. He said that it was, a difficult witness. She was, difficult to track. And also as a result of some of the rulings, he was sort of thrown off his groove, so to speak, on his cross. Amy says, I live with chronic pain. Thank you for your awesomeness. I hate when people judge others' pain. We're supposed to be at 1562. Thank you, JSF, for keeping me honest on the count. All right, here we go. Bring this jury's questions.
Dr. Levy, if you could unmute your microphone feed. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The jury has a number of questions. Let me just go through them one at a time. Do you think ketamine can help CRPS patients?
I think that in certain circumstances, ketamine can be helpful to patients with CRPS, particularly adult patients.
How long do the long-term effect of ketamine last that you testified? Parentheses, the effects on cognition, memory, and mood disorder, DO?
So some effects improve if someone stops using ketamine. Other effects can be permanent, or at least in the very long term.
How long do the short-term effects of ketamine last that you testified about? Psychotic symptoms and memory impairment.
So the short-term effects, usually last a few hours in healthy volunteers.
Would a child possibly have outburst or be agitated if they were given ketamine, Haldol, Precedex, and a benzo?
I think it's possible that if a child were experiencing withdrawal from those substances, that they might have outbursts.
So I can better understand, you said ketamine addiction is not like heroin addiction, whereas heroin can cause withdrawals of, or in my words, a life of a druggie, thieving, destitution. Ketamine withdrawals or addiction is possibly more akin to my addiction to donuts, and when I don't have sugars, I get grumpy.
Yeah, so there's a lot wrapped up in that question. What I would say is that so addiction can alter somebody's behavior, sometimes dramatically, other times more modestly, and that is, in my opinion, not related to the substance that someone's addicted to. So I think the best example I could give here is somebody's addicted to nicotine and they're in a building where smoking isn't allowed. They might go outside and smoke during a snowstorm, right? That's a modest behavioral adjustment. We've also seen patients who have terrible lung disease from smoking and are oxygen dependent and smoke despite the risks of oxygen being flammable. Both of those are symptoms of loss of control to nicotine. So it's not so much dependent, I would say, on the substance as it is the entire picture.
When you talk about addiction, withdrawal, mental effects, you appear to be talking about humans. Several times today within the same statement that includes ketamine, the phrase, quote, in animals, end quote, is used. Today, humans and animals seem interchangeable, but in your testimony, animals is meant as lab test animals. Is that correct?
Looking at some of this study, there are certain things that we do not know about humans. We certainly don't have a lot of experience giving very high doses of ketamine to human children, but there have been animal studies that have looked at young laboratory animals to see what happens in the brains of these animals.
What % of your testimony revolve around actual human observations in clinical testimony, and how much of your testimony was based on non-human animal studies?
The majority of it is talking about humans. When I was referring to animal studies, I tried to highlight that by indicating these are studies that were done in animals.
Is ketamine clearly listed in any accepted medical publication as addictive?
Yes. I think that the line of questioning was confusing, but the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Psychiatric Disorders has a section on hallucinogen use disorder, and ketamine is clearly in that category.
Is ketamine in any of the listed categories of the DSM-5 or that official medical book?
Yes. So it's an hallucinogen. In fact, it's chemically very similar and physiologically very similar to PCP, which is the example that they give in that book under hallucinogens.
So
you
yes,
said
it's
that the
listed.
levels of ketamine were way high than normal. Are you referring to, or you are referring to, for normal anesthesia?
Yeah. So for in my opinion, the doses of ketamine that Maya received.
Objection, Foundation.
It's directly responsible.
Overruled. You can continue, Doctor.
So the amounts of ketamine that Maya was exposed to were more similar to the reported amounts of ketamine from people who've become addicted to ketamine than the typical doses of ketamine you would see in medical treatment.
Are these levels too high for CRPS in the United States of America?
So in my opinion, the doses were too high.
Are these levels too high in other places in the world?
So in my opinion, as an addiction medicine specialist, these doses were too high, much too high to give to a child.
Mr. Shapiro.
Sure, briefly. Dr. Levy, you were asked about ketamine for CRPS where you work at your institution in Boston. Do they use ketamine for pediatric CRPS?
So the anesthesia program at my hospital relies primarily on occupational therapy, on non-pharmacological treatments for CRPS in children.
In terms of your discussion of laboratory animals, what happened in those studies to the laboratory animals exposed to excessive ketamine doses?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Why don't they have human studies of ketamine in the doses that Maya received for you to be able to comment on?
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
You talked about the addictive qualities of ketamine. You mentioned that it's similar to PCP. Can you expand on that, please?
Objection, relevance.
That objection I'm going to...
Foundation.
Overruled.
Try one more.
So ketamine is in the same class of drugs as PCP, and it works on the same receptor and has many of the same effects.
Okay. And one of the jurors asked a good question about, is this addictive like, your morning coffee or donuts, or is ketamine, in your opinion, addictive more in the lines of a drug like PCP? What would your answer be to that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The word addiction can be very confusing because in popular language, it's often used to mean something that you really like, but not a true addiction. True addiction in the medical sense refers to loss of control over a substance. So we'll often hear, well, I'm really, addicted to sugar or donuts or, that restaurant down the block. But really what people mean is they really enjoy those things, but they haven't necessarily lost control over them. So we make a sharp distinction between substances or behaviors that can directly trigger dopamine release in the brain's pleasure and reward center, which are truly addictive, that can alter behavior in the kinds of ways that we're talking about, versus these other experiences which may be very pleasurable but are not addictive in the true sense.
So is ketamine one of the drugs that can alter the receptors that can lead to true addiction?
Objection foundation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, it is.
Okay. One moment. Are you aware of any studies that show the doses of ketamine that are given to children?
Objection. Bolstering.
Sustained.
That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Whitney.
Dr. Levy, what is the half-life of ketamine in humans?
It's several hours. I'd have to look it up to give you an exact answer. I'm sorry.
You don't have an exact answer, right?
Correct.
You'd have no basis to disagree with the critical care physician from Johns Hopkins that testified to this jury that Maya could have been weaned off the ketamine and other drugs that Johns Hopkins was administering within half a day, right?
Objection, mischaracterization.
Overruled.
And also asking the witness to comment on the testimony of another witness.
Overruled. You can answer.
Ketamine is actually quite lipophilic, which is a little bit different from its half-life. I would actually have to take a look at that testimony to give you a real opinion on that.
You don't know if you agree or disagree with the Johns Hopkins critical care physician?
I would like to see the exact testimony before giving an exact answer.
Well, you had the opportunity, ma'am, as a retained expert. Did you review the testimony of Dr. Farhan Malik?
Zing.
I'm sorry, I don't recall if I've seen that testimony or not. Again, my involvement in this case goes back to 2019.
Well, he testified here. Have you reviewed his testimony during trial?
I don't believe I was provided his testimony during trial.
I want to go back to DSM-5 because you claimed that ketamine is one of the hallucinogens listed here. So let me just read to you those that are listed here and tell me if you misspoke. Phenylalkylamines. Stop me if you hear the one that ketamine falls into. MDMA or ecstasy. Endoleamines, including psilocybin. Dimethyltryptamine. Ergolines such as LSD or morning glory seeds. Morning glory seeds.
Morning glory seeds.
In addition, ethnobotanical compounds. That's not what we're talking about with ketamine, are we?
No.
Okay.
It's a phencyclidine analog.
And gypsum weed. Excluded are cannabis and THC. I don't see it there, ma'am. Is it in the TR version of the DSM-5? Is that what you're saying?
It's an analog of phencyclidine.
So it's not listed here, right?
It is. I believe phencyclidine and analogs are listed there.
And you testified again on redirect here that the amounts that Maya Kowalski was receiving were more similar to the reported amounts of ketamine that are used by people that become addictive. But as we sit here today, you can't testify to her dosing, correct?
Well, I would say that that's not a clear yes or no.
What was the infusion dose given by Dr. Cantu?
Your Honor, can she please finish her answer?
Were you finished with your prior answer?
I would like to say a little more. So although I can't tell you what the specific doses on specific days were, I did review the medical records and thought that the doses were extraordinarily high, much, much higher than the typical dose dose range given for treatment for analgesic purposes. And more similar to the doses reported by people who've become addicted to ketamine. Now, of course, everything has to be, adjusted for body weight in a child.
When you use dosing in medicine, you use a number, right? A certain amount of milligrams.
Correct.
All right. Tell the jury how many milligrams of ketamine Dr. Cantu administered during his infusions in late 2015.
Right. I cannot answer that question. I was talking about the total cumulative dose that Maya received was much higher, and the individual doses were much higher than recommended or typical protocols.
Anything further, Mr. Shapiro?
One moment, Your Honor.
One of you is in a lot of trouble. I got a bag of fake cockroaches just mailed to me.
Doctor, in terms of the specific doses, would it refresh your recollection to review the report that you prepared? And do you have access to that report?
Yes, thank you. And I do have it on my computer if I may open it.
Yeah. Well, Your Honor, she's allowed to have access to her report during her testimony. No?
I know, but I have no way of controlling at this point.
May I refresh her with what? Okay. May I approach?
Okay, so I have 100 fake cockroaches in a bag. That my son was all excited. He's like, "Can I open it? Can I open it?" It's like, "Let me open it first." I wasn't expecting anything. And M. Young, is that you? Oh my goodness. That's funny.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. Thank you. And I thank you for your time, Dr. Levy.
Members of the jury, anything else? It looks like there's another question coming. Dr. Levy, I'm going to place you back on that mute again.
Okay, Zoom is muted, so we won't hear that either. My son is so excited. He's like, "Oh, I just need one. I just need one really quickly." He's going to go, Mrs. R.A. is going to kill me. That's what's going to happen. They're fake. They're plastic. It's very, very fake. But also very much like the one I saw. So, are you sure they're all fake? Yes, I'm sure they're all fake. Oh, man. Okay. This is a good cross by Mr. Whitney. I really liked it. I think he might have, he's made his point. He didn't need to go as long as he did. Mr. Shapiro tried to rehabilitate the witness. I don't think it was very effective. We'll see with this second round of questions if the juror, I think we just have one question, but we'll see if the jury is challenging her assertions or not. First round of questions were good. You can tell they paid attention to other people who testified about mostly ketamine. Yes, I think we're going to give these away for Halloween. We'll include them in the candy bowl. That is a great idea. We'll just have a bowl of candy and a bunch of cockroaches in there. Or maybe I'll like palm it in my hand, and then as I'm putting candy in kids' bags, I'll just drop a cockroach in each bag. This is a good idea. I'm down with that.
And Doctor, if you could open the channel back up, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, doctor, if ketamine is so bad, why don't they take it off the market, or is there a good use for it?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Many medications have the potential for risks and side effects, particularly in high doses. So ketamine is actually an effective anesthetic, right? It means it can be used to put people to sleep prior to a surgery. In lower doses, it can be used as an analgesic, meaning it can treat pain without putting people to sleep. But when it's used, it's like any other substance. When you use it in very high doses, particularly over long periods of time, it has the chances of risks and side effects goes up tremendously. And so that's why there are established dose ranges that doctors are advised to stay between when they're using these medications. But that's true of just about any medication that's out there on the market, that at very high dose ranges, it can have dangerous or even toxic side effects.
Your statement of high ketamine usage revolves around your knowledge as an, quote, addiction doctor, end quote, and not as a specialist, as a doctor or research scientist treating CRPS. Am I correct with this statement?
Yes.
And members of the jury, I can't ask the other question. Mr. Shapiro, anything further? I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I think her radiator heater there is buzzing.
Okay, and may this witness be excused at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, doctor, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and turn off your feed with us.
Thank you.
And she's gone, just like that. Great question from the jury.
Members of the jury, are we going to be able to go for another 45 minutes without a break, or do you need a break? I'm sorry, can we go for another 45 minutes? Your next witness, please.
Yes, the defense calls Kelly Thatcher.
I didn't hear the name. They said Thatcher. And I don't think that was a win, that witness. I don't think it was a win for the defense.
Stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state your name?
My name is Kelly Thatcher.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently a pediatric nurse practitioner in the Pediatric Cardiac Intensive Care Unit at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital in Tampa.
Can you please give the jury the benefit of your educational background from where you went to school through any type of specialty licenses and things of that nature you've obtained through the years?
Absolutely. So I started my nursing career in 2004 after I graduated from Hillsborough Community College in Tampa. I started as an associate nurse. I then got my Bachelor's of Science in Nursing in 2014 from the University of South Florida. And then I continued my education and received my Master's of Science in Nursing from the University of Alabama in Birmingham. I started my career in 2004 at St. Joseph's Children's Hospital. I worked for a year on the medical surgical unit. And then I transferred into the Pediatric Cardiac Intensive Care Unit, where I spent several years working as a bedside nurse. And then I had an opportunity to become a charge nurse in the Pediatric Cardiac Intensive Care Unit and the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. So I transferred into that role. I worked at St. Joseph's a total of 9 years. And then I went and opened up a community hospital, Brandon Regional Hospital. I worked there for a year. It was I'm sorry, not the hospital, the pediatric intensive care unit that was in the hospital. And then after about a year, I transferred into the pediatric intensive care unit at Tampa General Hospital. And I worked there for a year. And I transferred then to All Children's Hospital in the pediatric cardiac intensive care unit. And after about a year and a half, I wanted to go in search of leadership opportunities. So I transferred to the pediatric intensive care unit at All Children's Hospital. I have advanced training as a pediatric advanced life support instructor. I am associated by the American Association of Critical Care Nurses as a CCRN, specifically in pediatrics. Additionally, I have advanced training as a nurse that specializes in running advanced therapies such as CRRT, which is a continuous renal replacement therapy, a form of dialysis, and also ECMO, which is the ultimate life support device that we have in healthcare.
Now, I'd like to take you back in time, because it sounds like you've worn a lot of hats and had a lot of credentials. But what we're really worried about here is October of 2016. Who were you employed by at that time, and what were you doing at that time?
In October 2016.
Compound question.
Overruled.
In October 2016, I was employed as a nurse in the pediatric intensive care unit at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
And how much experience in nursing did you have as of October of 2016?
In October 2016, I had about 12 and a half years of bedside experience, mostly in intensive care unit. I think 1 year was outside of a pediatric ICU environment.
And can you approximate how many nursing clinical hours you had up to that point in October of 2016?
Yes, at that point, I had been a bedside nurse for about 25,000 clinical hours. And that would be a gross underestimation because most of my career I worked 2 jobs. Additionally, I have one other thing I forgot. I worked at a pediatric surgery center in the operating room and in the pediatric anesthesia recovery room as an extra job during my career.
Did there come a point in time that you rendered nursing services to Maya Kowalski back in October of 2016 in the PICU at All Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And am I correct that you had a couple of shifts that spanned October 7 to October 8th and then October 8th through October 9th of 2016?
Yes, that's correct.
And those shifts were in the PICU?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an independent recollection of those shifts in the pediatric intensive care unit as it pertains to Maya Kowalski and her family?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall about those 2 shifts in October of 2016?
I recall that it being a very tense environment. Maya was very belligerent. She had a lot of cussing, swearing language. I remember Mrs. Kowalski being very anxious, asking for a lot of sedation medications. I remember them asking us to increase sedation medications. I know Ms. Kowalski was a nurse, and I remember her asking me to do things outside of the nursing scope and nursing practice. And I also remember that Maya changed personalities a little, and her behavior changed when her mom was outside of the room.
What do you mean when you say that Maya Kowalski's behavior was different when mom was not in the room versus when mom was in the room?
When mom was in the room, Maya was yelling. She was cussing at us a lot. She was very agitated and angry. Ms. Kowalski was coaching her to behave that way. She said, Maya, you tell him how angry you are, Maya. And so it was really hard to get the room to get calmed down. And then there was a very brief point, maybe 10 or 15 minutes during my time caring for Maya, that Ms. Kowalski stepped out of the room. And Maya was very pleasant. She was very age appropriate, like you would think a 10-year-old would behave. She was kind. She used kind words. Unfortunately, I don't remember what we spoke about, but I kind of let her lead the conversation because I was really enjoying those moments with her.
Did the interactions you described and the differing behavior you described concern you as a nurse?
Absolutely. It's not typical for a child to change their behavior so dramatically in the presence of their family. So I was definitely concerned that this behavior had changed so drastically when Ms. Kowalski was outside of the room.
Now, to respect the jurors' time here, I'd like to briefly go through some of your charting on the couple of shifts in question,
Okay.
and then we'll get you out of here after we talk about some of your notes, okay? So the first note I'd like to show you is from your October 7, 2016 shift, and that can be found at 1001-2722, and we're looking at the first top third of the page, Clay. That's 2722. And we'll focus here on the very first note. Do you see where it says other family demanding to see physician?
Yes, I do.
Can you highlight that entire note there for me, Clay? Why don't you take a minute to read that, Nurse Thatcher, and I've got a few follow-ups.
Okay.
Do you remember the circumstances that led to you putting this note into Maya Kowalski's medical chart?
I don't remember the specific circumstance. Ms. Kowalski was asking us to give a lot of medications the entire time. There were many, many moments in my time with Maya and Ms. Kowalski that they were demanding for more medication. So I don't remember this very specific time, but it was very recurrent request for more medication.
Now, the note that's below that, 838, if we could highlight that. This again is another one of your notes from approximately 10 p.m. on October 7, 2016. Why don't you please read that entire note, and I have some follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
I see here that the mother asked you to push some propofol in order to, quote, prime the lines with the med, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What is propofol?
Propofol is a general anesthetic, and sometimes we use it for sedation in the ICU as a continuous infusion, or we'll use it to do a conscious sedation or procedural anesthetic for doing a chest tube or some other invasive procedure in the ICU.
Now, I see here you have some quotes around prime the line with the med, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct? That would have been a direct quote from Mrs. Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I would have.
Please explain to the jury what it means to prime the lines with the med.
Okay, so when you're hanging a medication, we usually have it carried in by a continuous infusion through an IV bag. That tubing is normally normal saline or something of the like, and it's about 20 to 25 mLs of fluid. When we hook another medication in to run as a continuous infusion, it usually takes a couple minutes for that main IV fluid to carry it in to where it actually reaches the patient. It actually gets to the end of the tubing. Mrs. Kowalski, when we were going to hang propofol for Maya, her comfort, we were trying to make her comfortable, and she wanted me to push the medication. Propofol is one of the only medications in the state of Florida that nurses cannot push. Ms. Kowalski had told me that she was an IV infusion nurse, so I knew she knew this. So I really thought it was very inappropriate for her to ask me to push propofol. She knew that was out of my scope as a nurse.
And in response to this request, what did you tell Mrs. Kowalski?
I told her that I couldn't do that and that I would just initiate the drip as I would in my normal practice.
Now we're going to move over here to another note. This time we're going to go to October 8 of 2016. Clay, we can find this at 1001-3117, please. We're going to focus this time on the bottom third of the page here. The first note I'd like to have highlighted here is 1742. If you could highlight other all the way to the end of that note where it ends with anxious. And if you could please read that, Nurse Thatcher, I have a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
Am I correct here? You also had the opportunity to interact with Mr. Jack Kowalski, Maya's father.
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about his requests about requiring sedation?
I actually don't independently remember much of our interaction, and I would assume that was because it was more appropriate, as most of my patient interactions go with families. But at this point, he did say that Maya was waking up and that he wanted me to give her some medication to put her back to sleep. I did not believe that Maya was in any pain and had any indication for a medication for pain relief, nor I don't know if I thought she looked anxious, but I didn't put that she was anxious in here. And those would really be our big PRN indicators or as needed indicators to have given Maya medication.
And I use the term PRN, just so the jury's clear, that means as needed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that means it's not scheduled to be given on a regular schedule?
That's correct.
Overruled.
that it is available if we use our nursing judgment and we find that it's something that the patient could benefit. The doctor will write a PRN indicator, which means they will say as needed for agitation or as needed for pain, and sometimes they'll even specify mild pain, moderate pain, or severe pain. So they kind of guide us as nurses to how they want us to administer the medication. And
now, I'd like to draw your attention to another note from your shift on October 8 of 2016, around midnight it appears, and that's at T1743. So we could have Clay highlight the entirety of that note, please. I have some follow-up questions.
Okay.
Why don't you please describe for the jury what it is that this note is indicating?
Okay, so this note to me, I remember this instance very clearly, actually. Maya was still agitated. She was removing all of her medical equipment that we had to monitor her heart rate, respiratory rate, pulse oximetry, which measures how much oxygen you have in your blood. All of those things were very vital to our care for Maya because the medications that she was receiving could have effects of your heart rate, your blood pressure, your oxygen level, your respiratory rate. So to make sure she was absolutely safe, we had all of these, as we would with any patient receiving a continuous infusion, we had all of these non-invasive monitoring lines in place. She was pulling at them. She was pulling at her lines and her IVs. And I remember trying to direct Maya to say, like, Maya, we need those on. The doctors need them to make sure we're safe. And I mean, without, I'm so sorry that this is going to bring out these words, but she said, I don't give a fuck what the doctor wants.
Did the use of the profanity in this setting surprise you?
Maya was cussing a lot. She was cussing during most of my interactions with her. So this one particular instance doesn't stand out to me as I was documenting for profanities. I think I documented this more because I was trying to go to the state of the mind that she was uncooperative and she wasn't caring what the medical team wanted.
Okay. And prior to this profanity incident, what was the mother requesting?
The mom is asking for more propofol.
Okay, that's the same drug we were talking about in an earlier note from an earlier shift. Okay. The next series of interactions I'd like to draw your attention to is from October 8, 2016, and we can find this at Joint Exhibit 1001-2721. And again, we're at the bottom of the page now here. Clay, if you could highlight the textual note at T898 all the way to the end. And this appears to be from about 6 o'clock in the morning on the 8th. Nurse Thatcher, why don't you go ahead and read this note pertaining to Maya Kowalski, and I have some follow-up questions for you.
Your Honor. Read to herself?
Read to herself.
Yeah, I'd like her to read to herself.
Sure.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
So when I see here PT screaming, is that a reference to Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, PT is short for patient. We use that a lot in medical documentation.
And do you have a recollection of this incident?
Yes, I do remember her calling us liars. This very specific one, again, it was a very common statement by Maya, but I definitely remember that she was calling us liars.
Okay. And did that stand out to you as significant that a 10-year-old would say that to you?
Yes, more so because we don't lie to patients. We are very transparent with patients, and sometimes to the point where it hurts to tell patients things that could be, potential in their future that are hard for us to explain as medical providers because we know it's going to be hurtful and hard for them to hear. So we're very transparent and we're very honest. And I have never lied to a patient, so it did bother me that I was being accused of lying, and that the hospital was full of liars. And it also bothered me that this was very early on in Maya's hospitalization, and to have this kind of state of mind so early in our interactions when there was no indication for her to call us liars. We were very transparent with her and her family.
What did you try to explain to Maya that the hospital was doing in this note in terms of trying to care for her?
I was trying to explain to Maya that although we are trying to acknowledge her pain, we desperately were. We were giving her a lot of medications to make her comfortable. But there's a fine line between giving these medications that can decrease your respiratory drive and keeping her breathing on her own. An intubation or putting on a breathing tube so that we could administer more medications. It's a very high-risk procedure, and we don't just traditionally do that, especially in an instance where there's no indication. I did not feel like her pain was not controlled.
And you're not the type of, a physician would be the person ordering these types of interventions, is that right?
Absolutely.
And you're following physician orders at this point?
Correct.
But you have experience with these types of medications and PICU protocols?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the note that's directly below that. If Clay could please highlight it so the jury can read it and you can read it to yourself, please. Nurse Thatcher, I have some follow-ups for you.
Okay.
I see here in this note that Maya Kowalski was requesting that Valium be pushed fast.
Yes.
What does that mean to you as a PICU nurse?
We don't push Valium fast. It's a benzodiazepine medication. It can cause respiratory depression. It can cause low blood pressure. It's usually hung over a couple minutes on a pump. And the fact that she knew that we had the ability to push this medication fast, and again, this is very early in her hospitalization, was kind of concerning to me. And the fact that she's asking to push me to push it, she knows there is oftentimes a euphoric sensation that can follow that, and patients will feel this euphoria. And so patients who have been, I've had sickle cell patients ask me to do it before because they've had, chronic needs in the hospital. But she's very little, and she is new, at least to my healthcare setting. So the fact that she's asking for it to be pushed was concerning.
In response to this request to have the Valium pushed fast, what did you try to advise Maya about?
I made sure Maya knew that it was not in her best interest, that it has side effects, and I couldn't push it fast. And I also explained to her that it doesn't help with pain. She was telling me she was in unbearable pain, and this is a medication for sedation, and sedation and pain are not the same thing. We would often give a different medication that would be for pain, but Valium is absolutely not for pain. It's for agitation and anxiety.
And I also see at the tail end of this note that Maya was screaming that she wants to be sedated. Do you recall anything about the use of that term sedation and why it stood out to you as significant as a PICU nurse?
Yes, I do remember her asking to be sedated. And again, this is a very young child. And the fact that she knew the terms, that's something that's pretty atypical or non-typical for a child of her age. And again, I have over 25,000 clinical hours dealing with pediatric patients who are critically ill. And I can't ever recall another 10-year-old asking me to be sedated. It's highly unusual.
Now, over the late evening, night before midnight on October 8, 2016, do you recall transporting Maya Kowalski for a CAT scan?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell the jury what you recall about that incident on the night of October 8, 2016?
So it was a couple hours into my shift, and Maya had been very agitated the entire evening. I come on shift at 7 p.m. She was yelling, crying, moaning, wanting to be sedated, saying she had excruciating pain. And I worked really hard with Maya and Maya's mom to try to get her comfortable. We worked as a team. I really do feel like it was a team approach to use distraction and maneuvers, to do anything we can to make Maya comfortable. And at some point late in the evening before midnight, she fell asleep. And I remember thinking, oh, this is so good for her. Maybe she'll wake up, she'll feel better. And I really thought maybe Miss Kowalski could get some sleep. And she was also very agitated most of the evening, Miss Kowalski was. And I thought it would be really great for them both to get some sleep. And maybe they would feel better when they woke up.
So at some point, did you eventually transport Maya Kowalski to the CAT scan?
Yes. Right after Maya fell asleep, I left the room. I didn't even make it back to the nursing station. And Miss Kowalski approached me and said, I think right now is a great time to take Maya to CAT scan. And I would guess I was just taken back a little bit. I didn't understand. We just got her to sleep after hours and hours of trying to get her to sleep. She just fell asleep. I hadn't even made it to the nurse's station, and she thought it was appropriate to wake her up. And I told her that. I said, she just fell asleep. I think she should rest. And she goes, no, I think it's a perfect time to get her a CAT scan right now. And so I went over and told the attending to the ICU, I said, Maya just fell asleep. Ms. Kowalski wants us to take her to CAT scan. I told her I didn't think it's appropriate and that we should let Maya rest. And he said, well, if she really wants it and she thinks it's a good time, that's okay. I'm happy to send her.
Okay, and did Maya Kowalski tolerate the CAT scan exam without any pain or anxiety?
Very much. Actually, she was very cooperative. She laid there very quietly. She was awake the whole time. She wasn't moaning or complaining of pain during the exam. So I was really pleased. I really thought maybe we had done a good thing, gotten her pain under control. I was really proud that she had done so well for that exam.
And after, or actually during the scan, did Beata Kowalski offer her daughter a reward for good behavior in the CAT scan machine?
She did. It was actually the first time she mentioned it was on our way down to CAT scan. CAT scan's on a different floor, and it takes a while to get there. So it's normal for us to have lots of conversations with patients. Ms. Kowalski had joined us in transporting Maya to the CAT scan, and I had to take another nurse with me because she had a lot of IV tubing, she had a lot of IV pumps, also to push the bed. It usually takes more than one person to transport, and in the ICU, and she was on continuous infusions of medication. We had to take emergency equipment in case there's any life-threatening emergency or she stops breathing, as we all know is a risk of these medications. So the first time we were on our way down to CAT scan, and Ms. Kowalski said to Maya, she's like, if you're really good, I have a treat for you. And I didn't think anything of it. We use treats all the time and rewards all the time. And we use treasure box, we use stickers, we use all kinds of rewards in pediatrics. It's very common for us to give rewards.
Okay, so talk to me about what happened after Maya Kowalski tolerated the CAT scan and we were moving back towards her room on the PICU.
So it actually was even in the CT scan. After the scan, while the scan is only a couple seconds long, and we were on the other side of the wall, the other nurse and myself and Ms. Kowalski, and Maya was starting to come out of the scanner. It's like this little table that scoots out, and we walked around, and I just got there, and it's kind of a cumbersome thing to get from an ICU patient from the CT scan back over to their bed for transport. There's a lot of lines and tubes and devices that you have to make sure don't get pulled out or dislodged. And the other nurse and myself were moving her over, and Ms. Kowalski said, Maya, you did so great. Now you get Valium.
Is that something that stood out to you as significant? And if so, why?
I was moving kind of quickly, as we always like to do in the ICU. When we have a patient that's off the unit, we want to try to do the exam and get them back to the unit as quick as possible. And I stopped in my tracks and I thought, did she just say that? Like, Maya has laid here perfectly. She hasn't moaned. She hasn't whimpered. She was perfect. She's not agitated. She's not pulling at anything. We never offer controlled substances to our patients for rewards. That's something we would never do in any hospital ICU setting. We would give a number of rewards, but never benzodiazepine or opiate or anything of those lines.
And did you enter a entry in Maya Kowalski's medical chart about this Valium as a reward incident?
Yes, I did. I was very, very upset that we would ever offer a controlled substance to a child, and I think it needed to be documented in the medical chart.
So Clay, so the jury can see it, can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001, 2719, and we're looking at the middle of the page here. It'll be the textual note 851. You already have it highlighted. Bravo. Take a moment to read it. Does this note here that the jury's reading right now, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the recollection you just described?
I remember it as clear as day. It's exactly what happened.
Now, also on this shift on October 8, 2016, and we're on the same page here, 2719, Clay, we're going to go down to the bottom of the page to text note 892. Do you ever recall a situation where Mrs. Kowalski expressed a desire for her daughter to consult hospice services?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury what you recall about that, please.
We were in a family meeting, and I use that term loosely. It doesn't have to be a huge team of doctors. It just has to mean that we have gone outside of the bed space where the patient is with an attending physician and other ancillary staff, whoever is needed at the time, so we can discuss a plan of care about a patient that's not in front of the child or the patient. And we had stepped aside, and I don't recall who was with me, but Mrs. Kowalski was very upset at the in her opinion, lack of medication that was being administered. And she did state out that we may as well consult hospice, and that way she can have enough medication and let her die, because she doesn't deserve to live this way.
Was that a concerning statement to you as a PICU nurse?
Oh, very concerning. Very concerning, because we deal with death and dying all the time in the pediatric intensive care unit, and I take it very serious. And these children who unfortunately pass away in our care, we have gone through everything for these children, and they have fought a hard battle. Pediatric hospice is an incredible service, and they take care of children in their last moments of life. And Maya was not a terminal patient, and hospice is for terminally ill patients. So I was very chilled when she said this, because there was nothing in Maya's care that made me think she was at risk of dying.
In the 25,000 hours of clinical hours you had up to that point in time, had you ever experienced an interaction between a patient and her mother such that you did on October 7 and October 8 of 2016?
No, sir, and I have also, in my additional 15,000 clinical hours since taking care of Maya, have never had another interaction with a family and a child.
Were you concerned for Maya's health and well-being on the days that you observed her?
Very much so.
And why is that?
Because I didn't feel like Ms. Kowalski had a limit or a ceiling to what she was willing to do to get Maya the medication she felt were needed. I felt like Maya's pain was semi-controlled, but once she said maybe we should get hospice or consult hospice, I just knew that there was not going to be a limit to what she was willing to do.
No questions at this time. Thank you for coming in today. Sure with us.
At the time still by the 8th, you believed that she really, her pain had gone down.
I believe there were moments when her pain was controlled. I don't think it was controlled completely, but she definitely had highs and lows.
But overall, you felt that she was.
I felt there were moments when she had pain control. Again, it wasn't all the time, but she definitely was.
Can we bring up 1001-2326? Now I'll direct you to the middle of the page and ask you whether you put down on that day that Maya's pain was at 10.
Can you show me where? Sure, absolutely.
Top right across under your name.
Absolutely. She did say her pain was a 10, and that's what I documented.
Well, this isn't just limited to what the patient tells you. This is your overall impression of what pain she's in, correct?
Not when I ask her 0 to 10. That would be something that Maya would state.
But nonetheless, when you had to get on the actual scale, as opposed to your narrative, you rated it a 10.
What do you mean when I got on the actual scale? I'm not sure I understand.
Well, which story should the jury believe? That it was a 10, or that it really wasn't bothering her much?
At this moment,
Sustained.
Now, you talked about Beata saying we should just take her to hospice. She said that because she shouldn't be in this pain, correct?
That's not what she said. She said to get her enough medications to let her die.
And she was very upset at the time, right?
She was upset. So we all were trying to care for Maya, and we're all concerned.
So you didn't really take it seriously that Beata was suggesting to take her daughter to hospice.
Sir, if a mother states that she wants to take her non-terminal patient or child to hospice, I take that very serious.
Well, you knew nothing about Beata Kowalski, did you?
I did not know Beata.
You knew nothing about Maya, did you?
I did know stuff about Maya. I cared for her.
Before the 7th and 8th
of October. You didn't know anything about them.
I knew that Maya wasn't terminal.
Well, that's why I said she kept asking for meds. The whole problem here was the Kowalskis came in asking for meds, and you all disagreed.
I think we were giving her medication. She was on a continuous infusion of ketamine and propofol. She was getting lots of PRN medications for agitation and pain. We did believe she was in pain, and we treated her for pain.
Well, at this point, you had not had a pain specialist come and see her, right?
I'm not sure. I worked the night shift, so I'm not really sure when they came in during the day.
All right. And so now, would you agree with me that you should not be the one determining ultimately what the regimen should be for pain?
I wasn't
True?
the one. Absolutely not. It was the physicians and the pain team.
And again, was there a possible alternative reason for all this stuff going into the narrative?
I don't understand the question, sir.
Did Maya agree with everything? And it was Dr. Malik and Tepa Sanchez that were there?
I don't recall who the attendings were.
You remember all this clearly? You don't remember the doctors?
No, the doctors are in and out. They have 28 patients. No. My interaction for 12 hours was with Maya. I maybe spent 10, 15 minutes of my shift with the physicians.
But you remember very clearly everything that Beata said, right?
I do. It
Right.
was definitely things that would stick in my memory as unusual.
And how long did you prep for this testimony before coming in here with the defense lawyers?
Less than 30 minutes last night, and then prior to my deposition we met, and that's the only time I've ever met with them.
And didn't you get a summary from them of the questions you were going to be asked?
I absolutely did not receive anything like that.
And so you didn't review even the medical records?
I have my nursing notes, and that's what I have.
And who sent you the nursing notes?
Mr. Hughes'
He didn't
office,
send
somebody
you
in his office.
All of them.
He sent the
you
ones with my name
certain
on them.
ones of them, did he not?
He sent the ones with my name because that's the only thing I can testify to.
The reason here now, would it be true in interactions that Beata disagreed with you all on a number of different things?
Oh, she definitely disagreed with us.
And she has an Eastern European accent, does she not?
She has an accent, but I couldn't tell you where it's from.
All right. Well, have you dealt with many people from Eastern Europe?
I've dealt with people all over the world.
And you've seen children before who are acting out, have you not?
Absolutely, of course.
And you've seen upset parents before.
Oh, I'd say there's a fair amount of our parents that are upset their children are in intensive care. I mean, being upset is normal.
25,000 hours of...
Finish your answers.
I thought you did.
You was allowed to hear. Are you finished with your answer?
I'm finished now. Thank you.
And with 25,000 hours of experience, you must have certainly heard it all.
I heard a lot. I definitely don't think I heard it all, but I've heard a lot.
You heard parents exclaiming that their children were in pain and needed more pain meds, did you not?
Of course, absolutely.
And you had heard parents curse before.
Of course, absolutely.
The Kowalskis, mom and dad, were not cursing, were they?
I don't recall. I remember Mrs. Kowalski being very agitated, but I don't remember her specifically cursing. It also probably wouldn't stick out on my memory because she's an adult. Maya's not an adult. That's why it sticks in my memory.
Is that something that you just forgot to put down in your records that day?
What? What is that?
That whether or not the parents were cursing?
No. I would never put in a nursing note that a parent was cussing.
You did put it down, though, for Maya, did you not?
I put it in the context that she doesn't give a FUCK what the physician wants.
Can the witness be allowed to finish?
Judge, may the witness be instructed to answer yes or no, and then they can elaborate if it calls for an yes or no question?
This is what we're going to do. Because remember, we have a court reporter here, and she is going to be really unhappy with me. Because we're all talking over each other. So what we're going to do, Mr. Anderson's going to ask his complete question. If you can try to answer that question head on, and then if you have to explain it, do that. And then Mr. Anderson's going to listen to your complete answer.
Okay.
So you must have heard it all, right?
I've heard a lot.
And everything that you put down here, you had heard at different times before in your career, true?
No, not true.
I see. You'd never heard a mother exaggerate?
Of course I have.
You have never heard a mother exaggerate about her child's pain?
Yes, of course I have.
How many CRPS patients were you treating at this time?
Never. Maya was the first CRPS patient I'd ever cared for, but lots of pain patients.
So this was your first CRPS patient?
And the only one I've ever cared for. It's not something you normally see in the intensive care unit.
And no experts in CRPS, well, were at the hospital, were they?
I'm unsure of that. I don't know.
Well, did you ask?
About an expert. We had an anesthesia pain team. I was told that they're on the case, so I would have never asked beyond that.
Hearsay.
That there's a pain team at the hospital, I don't think that's hearsay. That is true.
It's what you heard as opposed to what you saw.
No, we have a pain team on staff at All Children's Hospital.
But this pain team wasn't there during the period of time you're talking about, the 7th and 8th,
Objection.
correct?
Assumes facts, not in evidence. Overruled. She can answer.
They were in-house. I believe there's someone always in-house, but I didn't reach out to them. I went straight to the ICU provider, which wouldn't be my normal practice.
So this was all up to you, correct?
No, sir.
Up to nurses?
No, sir.
Then up to Doctors Malik and Tapa Sanchez?
No. This is a multidisciplinary team that was trying to care for Maya.
Well, who was the boss down there?
Oh, the ICU attending ultimately has the highest say over what happens to a patient, but they definitely consult people who are experts in different areas to get the most well-rounded care, as that's what I would want as if it were me in the hospital.
I could have sworn I just asked you who the boss was there.
Yes.
Who was the boss of the team?
I just told you it was the ICU physician who has the final say in what happens to a patient admitted under their care.
And who was that ICU physician?
We had a number of them. I can't recall who was that evening.
Not a single one?
Not a single one what?
Well, if you reviewed the notes, then you would have seen that Dr. Tepa Sanchez and Dr. Malik were mentioned, correct?
Yes, I would believe so. I saw their names, and I saw Dr. Laura Vos. But
all right. And
part of our team.
Dr. Malik and Beata disagreed on a couple of different things, did they not?
I have no idea.
Well, they disagreed on putting a cannula down her nose, did they not?
Cannula doesn't go down your nose.
Well,
so.
Whatever it is.
Like a breathing tube?
It's CO2.
Oh, CTO. An entitled CO2 device?
Right.
Yeah.
And it goes down.
I don't have any idea what they discussed about an entitled device.
Well, isn't it true that there were at least 4 different times that Beata Kowalski asked for something or suggested something, and this was rejected?
Objection.
I have no idea.
Calls for speculation. Assumes facts, not evidence. Overruled.
I don't even understand the question, to be totally honest. 4 times that they disagreed on something. Who? Dr. Malik and Beata? I don't understand the question.
All right. Let me just put it then in terms of what we do know. We know that you said that you wanted the doctor wanted a CT scan, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And you waited all day for Maya to finally fall asleep, correct?
Incorrect. We wanted to do the scan, and it was actually Ms. Kowalski who was refusing the scan. And once Maya fell asleep, within minutes, then she thought it was appropriate to go to the CT scan. That was not us refusing.
Well, ma'am, is it just possible that Beata, knowing her daughter and knowing CRPS, actually wanted to wait until she was asleep to bring her in, so that she would be unconscious or barely conscious so she wouldn't feel any pain?
Objection. Calls for speculation. Overruled.
I would have no idea. She didn't tell me why she thought it was a good time for the scan. I did tell her I thought it was not at a good time since Maya had just fallen asleep after hours and hours of trying to get her comfortable.
But yet you had just insisted on a CT.
I didn't insist on a CT.
No, didn't you just tell the jury you thought it was time for the CT earlier that day?
No, sir, I did not. I actually told Ms. Kowalski I didn't think it was a good time. It had been at least a day of that scan being ordered, and that Ms. Kowalski was refusing to take Maya during that time. And it was the minute she fell asleep, I was 10 steps outside the door, and that's when Mrs. Kowalski thought it was appropriate. I did never say that was appropriate. Actually, I went to the attending and I told him I didn't think it was a good time.
Unresponsive. Narrative answer.
Overruled.
Again, I
Is
thought.
she allowed to finish her answer, then, Your Honor? I think she just finished her answer on that one.
And also, insofar as the Valium, Maya had been on Valium before, correct?
Yes, she had doses of Valium before.
What made you think that Beata was saying she was giving the Valium as opposed to her getting some Valium for Maya?
I don't ever remember talking to Ms. Kowalski about her giving Valium. The Valium was about her asking me, or for her telling Maya that she was going to reward her with Valium for sitting through the CAT scan.
Well, true or false, you had been there when Valium was discussed for Maya.
True.
All right. And obviously you can't read minds.
Correct.
And you're not a psychologist, I don't
That is absolutely
or
correct.
a pain specialist.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
All right. So you don't know when Beata said, now you can have some Valium, she was talking about a request to you, that she would request something to you for her daughter, as opposed to, what did you think? Pull a pill out of her pocket and throw it at her or something?
She specifically told Maya if she laid still for the scan, she would get a reward. So when she was done, she said, now you get Valium. I don't know how else to interpret that.
Well, you did interpret it, did you not?
I did. Well, I did it at face value of what she said. I took it verbatim.
From get Valium, you discerned that Beata was doing what? What had you discovered by her using that phrase?
To get Valium? She told Maya that if she was still for the scan, she would get Valium. That's what she told her daughter.
And wasn't that to encourage her daughter?
We didn't.
All right. Insofar as knowledge of or asking for a specific medication, do you know anything about the pain levels of CRPS patients?
No, I just understand basic pain principles and how to treat pain on pediatric patients in general.
Do you know anything about allodynia?
No, sir. I'm not an expert in CRPS.
So you don't know how often Maya had been exposed to conversations with doctor after doctor after doctor where different medications to try to help her were discussed.
Objection, argumentative, also foundation calls for speculation.
And sustain.
Did you know whether, or let's put it this way. Did you ever sit down and actually talk to Beata?
No, I did not. Mrs. Kowalski was not interested in having any conversations with me. I would try to talk to her. She wasn't really listening. I couldn't really touch similar grounds with Mrs. Kowalski, and I always try to bring my parents in conversations, but she was not engaged at all in discussing anything with me.
You done?
I'm done.
Who is Debbie Hansen?
Debbie Hansen. I don't know.
She was the social worker on duty that evening, was she not?
Maybe so.
Do you have any idea why she would testify that when she asked Mrs. Kowalski to sit down, Beata was more than willing during this?
You all.
The judge is going to try to rein in the courtroom right now and say, hey, ease up, ease up. The court reporter needs a break. The stenographer is, the machine is smoking. It's from overuse. There she is, just and still typing away. So everyone take a breather, relax a little bit. I will tell you, if I were scoring this match, I think Mr. Anderson would be losing. He's trying to pin this witness in the corner, and she's very good with her responses, very confident with her responses. She's been, yes, she has a very great recollection of specific things, but she's had a good explanation for why she has a very good recollection of those specific things.
By the way, when Maya came in, did you give her any type of test to see what kind of meds she was on?
No.
Well, did you ask Beata what she had been given over the past 48 hours?
I wasn't the intake nurse. I was the night shift nurse. That would have been discussed on intake during the day shift.
So if there was some contraindication, all you would see would be the results of it, right?
Contraindication to what?
When Maya came in,
yes,
there was a veritable cocktail
Correct.
of pain medicines and benzodiazepines given to her, correct?
Correct.
You did not know what she had already been given at the time she came in.
Ask
Did you?
No? She can answer that.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know what she received prior to coming in. Again, I wasn't the intake nurse, so it wouldn't be my standard practice to ask that.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No questions from Mike.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Here comes the jury. Definitely the spiciest testimony we've had so far today. Let's see how she handles juror questions. Judge is marking the
Coming, or
papers.
is this it? That's it. Let's see if we can do this up here.
So we can move up here. That means we're not going to hear the questions. Malin is law. Malin is law. Welcome to the gallery. Did I say that wrong? Malin? Malin is law. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a supporter. Can you see why this nurse, can you see why she butted heads with mom? Not losing, this nurse has a very bad attitude, says Carol. I think she's been consistent. She's very direct in her answers, but probably personalities clashed in a big way with Beata. Who knew that Nurse Thatcher would have been spicier than Beatty? I know, it's crazy. This has been a crazy trial. I'm excited for the jury nurse's questions. Hey, yes, yeah, it's strange because a lot of times the statements of someone who's deceased are not allowed in court. Look back to the Mark Jensen trial and the letter that was written by his wife before, I guess we can say he killed her because he was convicted of that. He won an appeal because that was allowed in the first time. There are rules that govern the evidence. There are rules, whether it's hearsay, there are rules that control what evidence can come into the court, and the judge is following those rules very carefully. And to my knowledge, I don't think he's made any mistakes on those yet. His rulings have been very following the book. But a lot of times this is a statement by a party opponent that's against their interest, an admission by a party opponent type thing, and that a lot of times get things in. These records, this goes to the credibility of this witness, by the way. The records that she's presenting were written at the time they occurred. This isn't something that she went back later and put these together. So at the time it occurred, she made these notes. She made some good notes about some things that other people have alleged but didn't include in the records. Well, she included it in the records. That goes to her believability. Is this the last witness today? I think we have a short depo. I'm not sure if we're going to get to it. We're falling behind every single day. We're expecting the case to be with the jurors here shortly. The defense should rest Wednesday. But just know that as we reach the end of October, as a surprise trick-or-treat to all of us, YouTube is giving out a healthy dose of advertising with every video starting November 1st that I can no longer control. I can no longer hold it off. So unfortunately, if you are not a YouTube Prime member, you may see a lot of advertisements, which really is negative impact on those of us that do very long streams. So just a heads up. I can't control it. We've fought it. I've complained all I can, but they're not paying attention. I got ads in your streams today. They're phasing them in, but on the 1st, they'll be all phased in. Matt Bond says, when Monkey was in PICU in the coma, nurses didn't like when I did handover to nurses or instructed doctors. Was a pride thing, I think. Yeah, you're treading their territory, Matt. That's what you're treading their territory, and that hurts the pride. Wade Lucas, you shouldn't see any difference if you're a YouTube Premium member. Should be the same as it was before. I will say this is probably one of the best witnesses the defense has had. We've had a couple witnesses that have been very good, and this one has held her own both on direct and on cross, and really been consistent throughout. Mr. Anderson has not been able to pin her down on anything or even challenge her to the point where she changed an assertion. This has been a solid witness, and one of the ones I would say makes Beata look bad. Not that she was a bad person, but in the light this witness is presented in, it's understandable why the hospital may have felt certain things were going on with Beata, especially when it could look at medical child abuse. Anderson lose me today. Whitney should be doing the cross today. Whitney did well on cross. I think he took a long time as well, though. Very strong witness. I agree. This nurse should have gotten the $4.50 an hour, Valerie. Yes, she's done a very good job on testimony. It's weird who gets paid what and why. Christine, did any plaintiff witnesses discredit ICU behavior? It would have been it would have been family. It would have been Jack, Maya, Kyle. I'm not sure if Kyle said anything about the ICU, but it would have probably been family. All this is water under the bridge, though, when it comes to some of the allegations that the plaintiff is asserting here, that really it doesn't matter. It could be that Maya did not have CRPS, that it was a Munchausen's by proxy situation. All those things could be 100% as the hospital is alleging here in their defense, and still, as the judge said several times, what does that have to do with the with taking her from her family without authority? What does it have to do with the abuse, the battery that went on? How does that fix that? And it doesn't. I still see on those counts that the plaintiff has a win so far. I don't think sidebars count towards their time, but juror questions do.
Okay, Ms. Thatcher, jury has some questions, and we're going to be able to ask a good number of them. In the interest of ruling out all chance, when Maya said, quote, "I want to be sedated," she was not singing, correct? Or referencing a song?
By the Ramones?
No, she was yelling. She was yelling to us that she wanted to be sedated, and she was saying, "Sedate me, I want to be sedated." No.
She didn't get the reference.
What is a FLACC pain score on your form?
That's a great question, actually. So a FLAC score is something that we use for nonverbal cues. In my practice, I mostly, in my last few years as a registered nurse at the bedside, I was working night shift. And the last thing I ever want to do after getting a patient comfortable and to sleep is to wake them up to ask them their pain scale. So often when they'd fall asleep, I would use this nonverbal cue form to kind of score them. And it was based on like, are they grimacing? How are they holding their body? So it would be my way of letting her, if she had finally fallen asleep, I would never wake her up and ask her about her pain. I would use her nonverbal pain cues.
Okay. The balance of this question is on your form. The score of 10 entered lists pain score, where the others list FLAC pain score.
So the 10, I believe, I'd have to look back, but the 10 was a verbal pain score. So that would be me asking Maya, how is your pain on 0 to 10? If 10 is the worst pain you have and 0 is no pain at all, and she would tell me a 10. And then again, I would transition over to the FLAC score once she was asleep, because I wouldn't want to disturb her when she fell asleep.
Did Beata cause you to, quote, put up a wall, end quote, because you felt threatened?
Oh, absolutely not. I didn't feel threatened by her behavior. I was more concerned by her behavior for Maya's safety. In the intensive care unit, we deal with parents all the time on the worst day of their lives. Their children are being admitted to the ICU. We have a lot of very difficult patients and families, but I was in no way threatened. I was just more concerned for Maya.
Okay. Does, quote, pushing, end quote, mean forcing the propofol from the bag through the IV tube and into the body, or just forcing the medication, quote, further down the line, end quote, and stopping before entering the body?
So pushing means giving some force to it. So in nursing, and she had told me she was an IV infusion nurse, so I took her to mean the same thing that I would mean if I said push something. And that would mean either run it at a fast rate over the pump or push it by hand. But a push is a very quickly administered IV medication.
Was the propofol an injection into the line, and again, is pushing, forcing flow into the body, or just down the line closer to enter the body sooner?
I assumed she wanted, so the meds all run together. I don't really want to speculate on what she wanted. I can just tell you it's not a safe practice. And she was a registered nurse. She was an infusion nurse, and she would have known that that was a potential to bolus Maya with medication, which is absolutely against our Florida nursing practice, and it's outside of our scope of practice as a nurse.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson, anything further?
From even your records, it shows that within 48 hours, Maya was just fine in terms of behavior. True?
No, I don't think Maya was fine in terms of behavior.
Well, there was no more cussing, and there was no more yelling. There was no more of that, correct? No more.
I never followed up. I never followed up with Maya when she left my care, so I'm not sure how her behavior was. But during my shifts with her, the 2 shifts, she was cussing.
Do you have any explanation for this jury for why the entire rest of her time she never acted like that?
I can speculate on why I think that is, but that would call for me to speculate.
Isn't it true that Beata was being really, really pushy?
She was being pushy, yes.
Isn't it more likely you all took a dislike for her doing that on your turf and decided to teach her a lesson?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Hughes, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anything else? May this witness be excused from all subpoenas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That was a very good witness for the defense.
Members of the jury, that's going to be the conclusion of today's for you. Let me go over a couple of things before you pack up. Let's talk about timing for a moment. I think I told you tomorrow we will end around 4 o'clock. So for those that are having to do chaperone duties with trick-or-treating, we'll be able to accomplish that. I did get a note about November 8th, which is a date that I anticipate the jury will be deliberating. And my understanding is the juror would have to leave approximately 3:45-ish to get there. So we can do that. Now, let me tell you, we are on time, maybe just like a half day behind. I still envision that the jury will be able to begin deliberating on Tuesday the 7th or Wednesday the 8th. We've got the 8th and then the 9th, which is Thursday. Because Friday is the celebration of Veterans Day, the courthouse is closed. So the jury's going to get to deliberate for as long as the jury wants and needs to deliberate, and I have no way of knowing that. There was a week or two a question from the jury about if we're going to go into that following week, and I don't know the answer to that. I will say if you start deliberating on the 8th, and if you have to stop deliberating about 3:45 on that day, we're really only looking at about 2 days of deliberations, which the jury might find to be appropriate, or it might find it not to be appropriate. That's my long-winded way of saying that for those that have jobs, perhaps it's better at this point to advise your work that you will be deliberating starting next week. And depending on the length of those deliberations, if you do not conclude on Thursday, that we would probably have to bring you back the following week. Now, I know that is beyond the time that I promised you at the beginning. My hope is that since we're just deliberating and we're at the end, if we shift a day or two into that following week, that's not going to impact anybody adversely. but I need to know if that is, and I just, like I said, the jury will be deliberating this sometime starting next week, and it will be up to the jury to determine how long. I just don't want you to feel rushed in your deliberations. So that's my explanation as to where we are and what I think is appropriate at this time. Okay. So with that being said, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and have a wonderful afternoon.
All right.
See you tomorrow, normal time, 9 o'clock.
Other courts will tell the jurors not to form any opinions, but he does not. We are going to move forward with the jury instructions deliberation and the jury verdict form discussion. This is critical to how the case can be argued in closing. And how the jury will deliberate. So that is going to continue. The case is going to continue here tonight. We're going to follow that some more. So it's not over, even though the jury is watching.
The jury is out of our presence. Just give me a second. I'll tell you where we are in time.
This is important. Oh, my goodness. He had 2:35 to start on plaintiff's side. Be surprised if we have more than an hour and a half. It's got to be closer to an hour 50. But an hour, I bet. But we have an hour left for the plaintiff. Plaintiff, you owe the court 1.5 hours. That's about right.
The plaintiffs today used an hour and 50 minutes for a cumulative
Total of 58 hours, 25 minutes.
The defense used an hour and 30 minutes for a cumulative total of 38 hours, 40 minutes. Now, there was a request and a motion to
35
add
minutes.
5 hours. Then I know we talked about it earlier. Was there any case law that any side wanted me to look at?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, court.
Yes, sir.
Case,
just can you give me the
deputy
citation?
Yes, it's Sullivan versus Sullivan, 736 South 2nd, 103, a decision of the 4th District Court of Appeals from 1979. I've got a copy for plaintiff's counsel if they wish. There's a couple other cases here, Judge, they basically say the same thing. The bottom line is that the enforcement of a fair time limit does not deny due process or implicate due process in and of itself, and that if there is a need for additional time in a situation where a time limit has been set, it should require a specific showing of what needs to be proven, what the movant party needs to bring forward in order to demonstrate the need for additional time. So it basically requires a showing of specific need and a proffer of specific need in order to show prejudice. In this case, the Sullivan case, the direct issue, as decided by the 4th District, was whether or not plaintiff had preserved the issue for appeal where no such finding or proffer was made. To the same effect are two other cases, Chillingworth v. State, 846 Southern 2nd, 674, another 4th District case from 2003, and Ketterson versus Estate of Bruns, which is 711 South 2nd, 613, another decision of the 4th District in 1998. So I guess the 4th District's big on this. That's all we were able to find, Judge. The statutory, the evidence code authorities, you probably well know, is 90.612(1)B, and it's just a general provision that doesn't give the court much guidance beyond you can regulate to avoid needless waste of time. That's what we've got. There's a there's a federal case or two that apparently essentially stands for the same proposition.
I think all of these cases are consistent with what I said earlier.
The only quibble I would have with you on that, Judge, is that I think it does require some specific showing of a specific need under the circumstances, as opposed to just, I need more time, Judge. I'm not sure that's what Your Honor was saying. I'll just make that observation.
Here's where I am on the time issue. I certainly set a limit of 55 hours. Then, I adjusted that for 4 hours given the volume of questions that the jury was asking, and then of course that generates additional time in front of the jury. And I of course was charging the jury's times basically 50-50 to the various parties for that, for those questions. So I feel like I've adjusted time accordingly. The question in my mind is over a 7 to 9 week trial, has the plaintiffs been
dilatory?
Yeah, I think dilatory is probably a good word in their presentation. I have criticized on a couple of occasions, but when we're looking at a length of trial, I don't think as a pattern we've got a problem. I do think that the plaintiff has shown a need. Now, I don't think they've shown much of a need. And I don't see how there's any prejudice by what I'm about ready to rule. So this is what I'm going to do. It looks like the plaintiffs have 35 minutes left of the 59 hours. I am going to grant the plaintiffs an additional 2.5 hours to finish out the defense case in chief. And then you will get 2.5 hours for a rebuttal case. Now, Mr. Anderson,
That's it. Right.
That's it. I feel like that's as far as I'm willing to go. I think you are going to be able to finish with effective and targeted cross-examination. You will be able to address the witnesses that the defense have. And I will also say this. Let's say, for the sake of argument, you have an additional 30 hours of that additional 2.5 hours. That does not get added on to the 2.5 hours for rebuttal. So you're only going to have 2.5 hours for rebuttal. And if you run out of the additional 2.5 hours during the defense case in chief, that's it. And you're just going to have to sit and let them ask their questions, and you won't get any questions. So, Mr. Spear, I'll let you say whatever you want to say in just a moment. But Mr. Anderson, do you understand the severe limitation on time you've got?
Yes, I understand the court's instructions and appreciate it.
Mr. And this is not we're going back to the well again.
I'm not going to. I'm just trying to figure out, Your Honor.
And of course, the defense will get an equal amount of additional time, but you're not in danger of running out.
We're just trying to figure out what happens, because there's a real risk with them having basically another full trial day that we may not be resting until Wednesday or Thursday with this. What happens if, are we all coming back the next week to put on the case, or what?
Well, if you don't rest until, let's say, the end of day on Wednesday of this week, then the rebuttal case would be on Monday. If you don't finish until, let's say, lunchtime on Monday, then their rebuttal case will be Monday afternoon and into a little bit on Tuesday. And we'll, assuming that we are in the position to announce jury instructions and or start closing arguments, we'll do that. It just we probably won't have as much time as I was anticipating giving you all. And
Yeah, the only reason I'm asking, because I think a lot of us the following week have pre-planned family vacations. I have one. I can't, I'm just trying to figure out what conceptually happens.
Cancel the
if
cruise.
The jury were to come back with the finding or needed the lawyers here past Thursday.
There's 5 lawyers seated at your table right this second. My hope is the jury will have concluded their deliberations. It is obviously causing difficulties for not only my schedule, but a lot of other people's schedules that are going to be implicated in my next trial period. And everything that we're trying to do to get coverage and to deal with it.
Okay.
In my family life, too.
I get it, Your Honor.
I don't want to do that, but look, I feel like I need to, at this point in time, grant that additional time with the caveats I've given. So, in my substantial hope, and I'll just say, I feel like as much as you're complaining about the plaintiffs, I'm hearing a lot of cumulative stuff from the defense too. So I'm trying to let each side try the case that they feel like they need to try. So let's just leave it at that.
I won't say any more other than for the appellate record, we do note our belief that it's prejudicial, but I won't say any more about that, just to make sure I've noted that for the record, Your Honor.
Anything else before we start? I mean, we're going to take a break before we do jury instructions, but is there anything else?
I do need to just clarify this. At the end of a week ago Friday, there were the 2 questions this court asked about what's the hospital's position on CRPS and what's the plaintiff's position on Munchausen. Mr. Hunter and I are presenting Dr. Alexander tomorrow, who is the counter to Dr. Neuberger. And we just want to triple check because it's our last chance to get a child abuse pediatrician on the stand. We understand the plaintiff is not arguing that all children's hospital caused any element of damage in this case, any element of damage, or that the plaintiff is seeking damage from the diagnosis or suspicion of Munchausen. That's true, correct? So I would be able to say in closing argument to the jury, the plaintiff in this case is not seeking damage from All Children's Hospital and are not alleging that All Children's Hospital's suspicion or diagnosis of Munchausen in this record is a cause of damage. Is that true?
That's an accurate representation of our position. The closing argument there is phrased to even argue that it wades into Chapter 39. The instruction does the work. There was a reasonable suspicion. The court has ruled on that. We don't need to discuss it.
Because they said in opening argument, we will prove that there are false allegations of Munchausen, robbed Mrs. Kowalski of her maternal instinct, and caused her to commit suicide. We are running out of witnesses that could rebut that and that could be able to say to this jury that diagnosis or that suspicion was reasonable based on the evidence. We know where the court is on this. We believe we need to rebut this, but we understand that the court's ruling is they don't want to talk about Munchausen. I just don't want to be in a situation where in closing argument, they're saying that this diagnosis stopped the transfer, caused her to be distraught, and that we can tell this jury they are not seeking damages or alleging that the diagnosis of Munchausen caused or contributed damages. If that's true, then we can limit Dr. Alexander to some limited topics. We just need to make sure they're not alleging that that's an issue for this court because they put a ton of evidence in front of this jury on the Munchausen issue leading up to Your Honor's ruling.
I think both sides have refined their positions since opening statements.
Okay. And so you are affirming again what Mr. Shapiro just said.
Yes, Your Honor. And to respond to that, however, if they stand up in closing argument and make another big deal about the effort to discharge to Nemours and transfer to Nemours, then we need to be free to stand up in rebuttal and remind them that they weren't willing to do that because it was a psychiatric diagnosis. That's it.
Well, to me, what Mrs. Kowalski believed has nothing to do with us proving or not proving whether she had Munchausen in this case, which is the subject of the dependency action. I don't see how those two are the same thing.
Does that change your position?
No,
Mr.
I mean,
Shapiro?
it's just the fear from the defense. Again, they said 5 times in opening argument they were seeking damages from us for the negligent diagnosis of Munchausen's, the accusations of Munchausen's. That this would be our last expert that could come in and say that that suspicion was reasonable. We're being foreclosed from this because the plaintiff, from what I can understand through Mr. Whitney, to his credit, has made clear they are not going to argue that that diagnosis was incorrect. They're not going to seek damages for it. They're not going to tell this jury that because of that diagnosis or suspicion that that either caused or contributed any damages sought by the Kowalski. But by the Kowalskis, certainly we'll have our ears open for that in closing, because if they do, we would consider that prejudicial and grounds for mistrial. But I think I've heard their position, Your Honor.
Anything else before we take our break? Because when I get back, I want to go into jury instructions.
Not on that issue, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else? Let's take 5 minutes and only 5 minutes.
All rise. Let's close our recess.
A quick 5-minute break here, and then we're going to go into jury instructions. You heard Mr. Shapiro just throw the little threat in there. If they say that in the closing argument, if they go into that, that'll be prejudicial and grounds for a mistrial. I think they would love to have mistrial at this point. Anything to get them in front of a jury that is not like this jury, I think they would like. All right. Yes, Mr. Shapiro does have a vacation for right after. Oops, sorry, I'm trying to answer Jules' call. For right after the case is over.
Jules.
He's been working his tail end off, so he deserves a vacation. Jules, how are you doing?
Oh my God, I couldn't wait to get out of there.
Tell me more.
It was a very hostile atmosphere in there with everyone. I mean, that's the bottom line. It was bad. It was very, very bad. Dr. Levy, she started out good. And I thought, okay, this is a good defense witness, until Mr. Whitney started his cross. And then I'm like, whoa. And I'm looking at the jurors, and jurors 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 11, and 12 were taking copious notes. Now, you know how I've said in every past conversation with you that Juror 8 does not engage. I've never seen her take notes. She's never asked a question. She basically just sits there with her arms, across, and, well, not during this testimony.
What?
She was laughing, like she was putting her hand over her mouth, and you can tell by her facial expression she was trying to hide it. She found Dr. Levy quite amusing.
Like in an agreeable way,
so
or laughing at her struggle to answer questions?
Her struggle. Like it was a struggle. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the first time I ever saw a express anything throughout this entire trial. So that was pretty interesting. I don't know what to make out of it, but I found it really interesting that, but she wasn't the only one. There were a number of them that were just like, what? Like that kind of expression, like, especially when Whitney brought out the DSM-5, and she was like, oh, it's in there, and he's reading it off, but no, it's not. And then the second time around, he's bringing, okay, well, let's try this one. Tell me when to stop.
Yeah, really.
When you hear ketamine. And so, it was crazy. And then the questions for Levy came from 3, 4, 6, and 7. And as you guys know, they were strictly in regards to the ketamine. And then the second go around of questions came from 3 and 7. So I thought she started out strong for the defense, but then I think Whitney, I don't know, I'm not a jury consultant, so I don't know. But I think Whitney destroyed her.
So what about nurse practitioner Kelly Thatcher? This
Oh
last
my
witness.
God.
What was
Oh
the
my
jurors'
God.
take on that?
It was hard to read. I'm not going to lie. They were really hard to read. I can tell you what went on in the gallery, and everybody was like, I don't know if they showed the gallery or not, but I'm talking like major, like above whispering, and it was like, everybody was like, this woman is hostile, like completely and totally hostile. And even after court, there were some of us that were gathering outside, and the general consensus is that her hostility came off so bad that we're wondering if maybe she was a turnoff to the jury. I don't know, but the questions came from jurors 3, 7, and 12. And, I found the one question telling, were you intimidated by Beata Kowalski? I mean, and that was, in my opinion, that was a fair question.
Yeah.
That was a fair question. So I don't know, but she was hostile. She was very hostile.
Yeah. Jules, they're just coming back in court right now. They're going to do some of the jury instructions. Thank you so much for your help. Appreciate you very much. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Jules.
Bye-bye.
Jules is on TikTok, and she gives a great analysis over there as well. So if you'd like to follow her on TikTok, her handle over there is at @blind_gossip.
I guess they don't find jury instructions to be riveting.
The gallery's empty. That's what the judge is talking about.
Mr. Elliott, are you able to hear us okay?
He's on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, just closing the door so it's quiet.
How did you want to proceed? You just want to start going through page by page, or?
Yeah, my thought was more or less to start at the beginning. I don't think there's anything left about the standard parts of this that need to concern us, but and the simpler ones, frankly, are at the beginning of this, and the more difficult at the end. So we might as well start with the low-hanging fruit and then kind of work up to the hard parts at the end. So, but there are a number of things I hope to be able to cover.
Well, on page 5, or Mr. Elliott, did you have anything?
I wanted to make sure we're all looking at the same thing. I'm looking at one that says working copy of instructions October 17, 2023, and the byline describes it as 8 a.m. Is that what we're looking at, or is there something later?
I believe the one I sent you last says it was the one sent to the judge in the byline.
Okay. I've got working copy of instructions as of 10/17/2023 for use at the end of evidence 10/5/2023.
You have 10/17.
Mr. Elliott from the
Yeah.
plaintiff side is there on
That's what it
Zoom,
says.
where that mouse is right here. That's Mr. Elliott.
I have a 10/27/23 for judge. And I believe I sent to for JA.
Well, why don't I hand you what I got, and you tell me if this is the correct one or not.
Well, if the heading on it says 10, if the saved line says 10/17, it's not.
I'm looking at one that says jury instructions for judge's review. That's the email, though I haven't got to the instructions. But
Well, see, I don't have the email that's associated with the document.
I can check the sent items to.
I'm still trying to find the ones you sent was it last night or Friday?
These were sent on Friday late, is my recollection.
Chris, are you up on your computer?
Yes, I am.
Why don't you just forward what you've got to the court and to us?
I can
and
do
then
that.
We will all be arguing off the same group.
Well,
and Tom as well, I guess.
Well, but
Seems
my
like-
assistant isn't here to forward the email, so I don't think that's going to work for me. Okay, so I've got an email. I've gone back, and my assistant had forwarded me an email that was sent at 9:47 a.m. on October 27th, Friday, October 27th. Is that?
Yes, that should be it.
I have that too.
Well,
and what is attached to it, Mr. Elegant? Just to make sure. That should have been.
Let me. It says working copy of instructions as of 10/17/2023. Jury instructions for the use of evidence at the end of evidence 10.5.23. Then it says jury instructions, and it says in red, the TOC will be updated and reformed prior to submission to the jury.
But it said that on probably all of them. I may very well have sent you the wrong one on Friday. I may have sent a copy that I was working from before, if this is the case.
Do you all have the ability to print out the instructions?
I don't.
How about Nick and Greg? How about if I send it to you? I can send this one to you, although I'm not sure I'm looking at the correct one.
I hate to say this, but our print team left.
No, you're fine. I'll print it.
Oh, you can. Okay, we can print it.
Well, it's going to be like 50 pages, and that's going to take a while.
It's not the fastest printer.
2
but
minutes.
I can do it right here.
Mr. Altenberg, let's do this.
Yes. Okay.
Email. Do you have the weekend email that I've allowed people to use?
I can get it from you because I certainly have things that have been sent to that. And
Just whatever you do, don't say it in open court.
The one that is
The judge's personal email.
Well, before we do anything further, let me hand you, Mr. Altenberg, the actual physical paper copy of what I have. This is actually from that Friday.
Let me see.
And I think because it does say at the front October 17th, you probably just didn't update the byline.
The other thing I can do is give him this one.
I can't. I
Judge
need
has a
to
headache.
have flash drives examined before I'm allowed to put them in the computer.
There. And you can't print from yours.
OPSEC.
It's going to be slow, right?
It's not the fastest, but it's not super slow either.
Mr. Altenberg, just look at what if it is the correct version, then I think it's no problem.
The judge is not going to get any viruses. He has his jump drive scanned before he plugs them into his computer, so he cannot take a jump drive from any of the lawyers. He doesn't have access directly to the email they're supposed to send stuff to because his assistant forwards those emails on because he gets a lot of emails. So you can't just send him something now, but he does have a private email that he's allowed them to send things to on a limited basis, and he's asking them to send it to that email. Is this only available on Zoom? No, this is the court feed that we're watching right now. I have the same feed. It's actually my layout's a little bit different because it's on my phone.
It is not.
But I'm watching on Zoom as well. But I can only show you the Zoom if the court feed provides
Only
it.
because I have changed some coloration and I see some things that are slightly different. They're very similar, however. And I can open the one that you have on my screen and work from it. But Mr. Elegant and I had hammered out some things, especially on a parent agency, that are not going to be on this one, I believe.
What I need you to do is then to email me on the weekend, and I'll go, and I'll print it. It'll take me a couple minutes to print it.
Mr. Altenburn has to be careful not to say that email address. The weekend email address is basically.
I have that email if somebody wants to write it down. I think I have it.
Don't say it.
I don't want
Don't
it
say it.
broadcast nationally.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll tell you what, let me forward this. I'm sending this to Mr. Altenburn now.
Judge almost had to get a new email.
He just sent you it as well.
Okay.
And just to confirm, it may or may not be bestjudgeever@aol.com. I'm just saying, it may or may not be that.
Did that get through?
I have this one on paper here.
Mr. Altman, would you be sort of CC us, please?
Yes.
That would help.
You guys are going to get him in trouble. Mr. Elligott's like, I can tell everybody what it is. I've got it right here. I'll tell him. You guys write it down? And all of us are out. We're getting our pencils out. That would have been a nightmare for the judge if his super top secret weekend only email address was leaked publicly.
With me on email names from here.
Becca Lynn says, I'm begging my
I think if you just hit a reply all to what I sent you, it'll go to.
It'll do that?
I think so.
Then never mind, let me do that.
The last half hour, we've been watching lawyers attempt to send emails to each other.
Yes, looks like that should work because the address is in the CC line.
Judge is looking at the clock, saying like we burned all our time trying to send an email.
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing that what I got came from you, but there's no CCs on it.
Oh.
Just because you used.
I guess you'd have to drop. Well, okay. You'll just have to go down to where it says Circuit Civil and click on that, I guess, and then add us.
Judge is like, hey, don't say the email. Don't say the email.
CC us. Which copy are we working from? Or going
Nobody
to be working
knows.
From?
The one that Mr. Altenburn sends us in a moment.
Yeah, the one I changed.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's not the one you sent late Friday night.
I have a lot of varieties I've saved, but I'm sure you're not interested in the history.
Outlook is hard, you guys. Outlook is really hard. Dollars to donuts. I bet every single one of these lawyers hits reply all every time they try to respond to one email.
This to the judge, and then I'm going to find something I've sent back here. Everybody else.
Mr. Shapiro is like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. No truth to the rumor that Mr. Shapiro was currently searching up prayers for patients on the internet. We can help. Amber is willing, Mr. Altenburn. Amber can handle this.
Did you get that, Greg?
We haven't.
Mr. Shapiro's still thinking about the cruise. He's like, well, I could join him in Cabo. He seriously scheduled a vacation the day after court on a $200 million civil suit. It's like You must be really confident in that time schedule. I mean,
What
honestly,
you
he deserves
submitted
vacation.
was something called
Really does.
defendant's proposed supplemental substantive jury instruction.
That's a separate memo, I think.
Yeah.
I am so, God, I'm sorry.
He said the wrong thing again. Let's pull up the objection count. That's a great idea. Charas, just 1 second. Let me get this pulled up. All right. Okay, we're going to skip further ahead a little ways. Let's see, here we go. Oh, we're almost right there. 1583. 1588. Oh, look at that. Look who's the closest. I think you know who the closest was because it's you. That was a loaded question. Lady Bird also. Holly by Golly also came in at 588. Brendy as well. So you've got 4 people right there who are currently winning. Currently winning chairs. Great guess. Great guess.
It says it's saved.
Judge is sitting there thinking, I'm presiding over a court of technological delinquents. What time do they break? We're pushing half an hour to send an email. I hesitate to think how much these lawyers are billing per hour for this right here. These are court hours. These are billable hours.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 1600 is blown out of the water. It'll be gone tomorrow. 7 years later. Ricky, let me go back and see. 550. Yep, there you are, Ricky. 550. Good guess, man. Good guess.
Is this the one that says last modified Friday at 2:35 p.m.?
Yeah, it says working copy.
Working copy instructions 1027.23 8 a.m. Last modified Friday at 2:35 p.m.
Yes, that should be it.
Okay. I have that. I can send that.
Yeah, if we could send it to.
I sent it to the judge. If you can send it to Mr. Anderson, that would save you
It
some
would be
time.
better to send it to
Yes.
Samantha, Tom.
I'll send it to all of you. Here we go.
Mr. Anderson knows where his strength lies and says, send it to Samantha. Send it to Ms. Lawrence. Don't send it to me. I'll never find it. I think we could have collectively have rewritten all these jury instructions in the time they took them to send this email. And now they need time to review. I mean, this is something that they have not seen yet. Now they have to go over it again.
Okay, I'll just work off of this version electronically. Are you ready, Mr. Elegant?
Yes, although I have to say that the one that I was talking about that says 235 does not have that red print on it about table of contents will be revised. So, which are we working for the one with the red print or?
I'm going to work for the one Mr. Altenburn just sent.
Just sent. Okay, let me send that. Hold on. Let me send that on then to trial counsel.
1029.
Sorry.
The judge's look on the Zoom. This is so good. Mr. Elegant, thinking he's like the hero.
Okay,
of the
I
day.
just forwarded that to Samantha, Greg, and Nick. So let's see if...
You got tail slapped by an iguana in the Bahamas. Virginia Little, at least you were in the Bahamas.
The plaintiffs now have...
We have it, Your Honor. Do you still need it printed?
I'm just going to work off electronic. Let's just get going.
Yep.
But I appreciate it. Mr. Altenburn, where are we going first?
The simplest thing on page 5, first paragraph, the instruction for intentional restraint. And this is just a small item, but the last sentence says it also admits it took photographs of Maya Kowalski. Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital denies that his acts were unreasonable, unwarranted, under all the circumstances, or without legal authority. And I had put in all the circumstances there into that description of what this was, and the other side objects to that.
You're still losing me.
Mr. Altenburn, can I have my paper version back?
Yes.
Anything that you want to say, Mr. Elliott?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a lot. Not that adds to the standard language. The standard language is just unreasonable, unwarranted, or without legal authority. We don't.
My understanding is the addition of under all the circumstances, and Mr. Altenburn, we need to reverse the and the all.
Yeah.
Is consistent with the Second District's decision in Mathis v. Coates 24/7 3rd 1284. So I will include the additional phrase under all the circumstances.
Thank you.
That's a win for defense.
And then next, we jump to on there are some questions about the bodily injuries in this, and frankly, in a number of these.
Can you tell me what page we're on?
This is page 7.
So what line?
It doesn't have lines, but it's in A. The question is whether or not they have proof of past or to be experienced in the future damages in there. And you know, I don't, given the quantity of time we have here, I don't really want to go through that. And I was hoping that they might take a look to see whether they have things in these standard elements that they really don't think they have proven, because there are things like disfigurement throughout this, and that would save us some time.
I confess I'm completely confused by it. Just
No, my mouse is right here.
What claim was he on?
My mouse next to his.
It's the, I believe it's the false imprisonment.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a court mouse.
And what's the issue here?
Whether they're in this particular one,
Past or to be, it's the pain and suffering for in the past or in the future, and whether you have permanent injuries from these things, I suppose.
What says the plaintiff?
We do have evidence in the record with Brewerton and Maya's testimony, and Chopra. So
I'm inclined to leave it in.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Second win for the defense.
just for a point of reference, so we're tracking this. Judge, are you going to be making these notes and changes, and then we'll get it, or should somebody else be acting as a scrivener here?
I think Mr. Altenburn should be the scrivener for this last one, and then once the next version, I'll probably take over at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Mr. Altenburn?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
on that same instruction, and I'm jumping from that form of the instruction, I had filed a memorandum yesterday that went through some of the various instructions that we had discussed over time that we've never put into anything. And my suggestion was that at this point in time, that there be a litigation stress instruction. And that instruction I can read to you.
Well, I mean, I believe I have already said I'm okay with some type of litigation stress. What I think perhaps I need is for you to place it in the context of where you want it and see if Mr. Elegant agrees with that location. But the litigation stress, I think I've already instructed the jury on it. I believe that's one I said early in the case.
Early in the case. And I was asking for it there, but Mr. Elegant and I can work on that tomorrow if that is acceptable to you. And see
that's acceptable to me. I do believe we need to have the litigation stress instruction. I don't recall your specific verbiage in what you submitted yesterday, but the concept of an instruction, I'm fine.
All right. Moving then to battery, a change that I made in this last one, and it was because Mr. Elegant had suggested there was evidence of these two new people whose hands are in the picture, that the battery on the 6th of January would be one that was Ms. Beatty and also these two other people. And initially I put that language in there, except the pleadings themselves and the punitive damages allegations are all exclusively aimed at Kathy Beatty, and there was never a reference to other people here. There was a reference for false imprisonment, and it's properly in there, but I don't believe that the other employees should show up in the battery given the pleadings and the proof in the plaintiff's case.
Well, first, we don't know who the third person is. It was never provided to us, so it would be a little hard for us to include it in the pleading. Second, I thought we put it in our initial statement of facts. And if we didn't relate it back to this count, then that's a Scrivener's error, because clearly that was what we intended. So,
well, when the
battery.
When the batteries pled for that day, it said that Kathy Beatty committed the battery on that day. It didn't say two other people. And it adds things to the verdict form, because the punitive damages element of this is only as to Kathy Beatty. So.
I don't understand the statement that the punitive damages is only against Catherine Beatty. We pled against Johns Hopkins Hospital and Catherine Beatty, and they've accepted responsibility for all their employees.
Yes, but when you amended the complaint, the only pleading as to battery in that room was Kathy Beatty. It was no one else. And the decision was made on evidence of what she did, not what other people did. It's my understanding.
Ooh, that could be a big issue.
Well, if we didn't, then we moved to conform the pleadings to the proof.
Amending the complaint right now?
Because that has been an issue against Johns Hopkins through this entire case, and we really shouldn't be doing a pleading battle at this point. I really don't understand that.
Yeah, the Scrivener error means the author or the writer. It's basically like a
Mr.
typo.
Altenburn, I mean, the defense actually called the nurse, so I don't see how there's any prejudice here to the extent that the pleadings were directed only at Kathy Beatty as opposed to Kathy Beatty and the bedside nurse.
Okay, I'll leave it in. I believe that is the only thing on battery. When we get to the punitive damages, there are two things that are concerned, and I also put this in the memo from yesterday. But the The first thing is that in the standard instructions, and this is on, sorry.
Page 13, maybe?
Yes, it's on page 13. The A, B, and C, which are the standard portions of the statute. The first one is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital actively and knowingly participated in such conduct. The language in the statute is that the employer or the corporation did those things. And the case law that I've discussed, including the Dominguez case from the 2nd District, and more recently the Pinnacle Property Management Services case from the 4th District, explains that a corporation cannot act on its own. There must be a showing of willful and malicious action on the part of a managing agent of the corporation. So I believe that the subsection A on the actively knowingly participated needs to be altered such that it's Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital through its officers, directors, or managers actively and knowingly participated in such conduct.
Your Honor, that just makes it a repeat of B.
No, the B is what they do after the fact. Did they ratify it after it occurred? A is what they did at the time.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, it's, I mean, of course it only acts through its employees. I mean,
well, if we can say that here, I've got no problem. In this situation, it has to act through the corporate entity and not through the individual employee. It's got to be the officers, directors, managers, the people who make decisions for the corporation.
That would be a huge win for defense. It would basically say the management had to be the ones that, that did the battery.
I mean, part of our position is this was the risk management department that ordered this.
And if there's proof that that risk manager is in fact within the definition of a risk of a manager, then the jury should find that.
Presumably, the legislature was aware that an entity only acts through its employees, but in the statute, they specifically only mentioned the employer, principal, corporation, or other legal entity actively and knowingly. So they did not include the language defense counsel is requesting.
No, but both the 4th District and the 2nd District have discussed this concept that it has to act through these people, and then it's defined managing agent. The definition of manager that I want to use is from Dominguez.
Right, but are you saying that in those cases, the instruction included this in A as a replacement for what the legislature enacted?
No, I'm not saying that there was a discussion of the statute of that. I'm not, but I think it's got to be that way. Otherwise, it's very confusing to a jury.
The way that Mr. Altenberg wants that in there.
I think what might be confusing is trying to say the risk management department are not managers. I mean, they're managing how they handle the risk. We had this argument a couple of weeks ago, and I think my argument is, you know, I don't care who you put on in that department. You give them the authority to direct her to do this. They're in charge. They're speaking for the company.
And frankly, we were going to move for a DV on this because there's no opposing evidence that it went up to the general counsel and it was directly over to the president, and the general counsel knew about it. So how far up do you need to go?
Well, you've got four different things, 4 different incidents there, and they're not all the same.
Well, that's the problem. You're narrowing it more narrow than the statute says, and it's excluding the facts of this case.
Can I get that word in here?
Yes.
The judge is like, please, can you listen to me?
Let me go back to the statute. Because when we talk about punitive damages for an employer, principal, corporation, or legal entity, again, there's the A, B, and C. Obviously, B talks about the officers, directors, or managers condoned, ratified, or consented. When we talk about A, it says the employer, principal, corporation, or other legal entity actively and knowingly participate. To me, given the statute, the fact that we know that it has to be, and I'm using the word high-level personnel, and in the existing case law, I agree that the actor within the organization for a 3A finding of liability for punitive damages has to be sufficiently high. So I do think we do need to make that clear for the 3A variant. So that aligns with what Mr. Altenburn is saying.
And then in conjunction with that, down at the bottom of page 14, I had added the definition of manager because there is none in the standard instruction. And I used the language from Dominguez as a suggestion. A manager is more than just a mid-level employee. It is someone who holds a position with the corporation which might result in his or her acts being deemed as the acts of the corporation.
Mr. Elliott, what is your position with respect to that definition of manager? I know there's an objection, but help me understand your objection.
If we're going to start defining terms, I don't disagree that that's what that opinion says. But, our concern, is the risk management department a manager?
That's the very point, Your Honor, is that Patty Condon is a kind of a mid-level employee in a department of the hospital. We haven't closed this case yet, but it's not like she is someone that's an officer, director, or a high-level manager of this. She's an employee in a department, more or less like a second-year associate in a large law firm.
Well, I agree we need to add the definition. I think it's a factual question whether the jury will find.
Correct.
Right. And we also have Dr. Dees' testimony in there that she spoke with a high-level individual. But I believe we need to add the definition, and so long as Mr. Altenburn's language accurately tracks Judge Kazam's decision in Dominguez, then I'm fine with it.
Okay. The second concern I have is going back up to the top of page 13 there. The B factor is that officers, directors, or managers of Johns Hopkins knowingly condoned, ratified, or consented to such conduct. Now, actually, to speed things up, because I think condoned or consented could conceivably happen at that time or just before the time, but ratify is a term that is something that has always meant that you do it after the fact. And I have laid out a very good summary of this from the Cleveland Clinic versus Oriola, which is a 4th District case from 2023. That explains that before one may infer a principal ratified an unauthorized act of his agent, the evidence must demonstrate that the principal was fully informed beyond having simple constructive knowledge and that he approved the act. It must be shown that he ratified upon full knowledge of material facts or that he was willfully ignorant of that. And I do not believe that the evidence here shows that people after the fact analyzed this and said, yes, we agree with this, other than to fight the lawsuit, and that's never been the test.
It somewhat sounds like you're making a DV argument.
Well, I just want the word ratified out of there. That's what I want. I don't.
Until such time as there's a decision by the court, we object.
It's not a DV. It's in the sense that there is no evidence of that specific thing. It doesn't get me a DV on punitive damages. It just means that just like when there's no evidence of disfigurement, you don't get that portion of the instruction. You shouldn't get ratification here.
Actually, if I could speak to that, Your Honor.
Mr. Elliott.
2 things. First off, it's my understanding that there's evidence that, for example, the photographs that were taken in the photo session were placed into the risk management file after the fact. That sounds like ratification to me. They didn't say, oh my goodness, this is awful, throw them away. They put it in the file. Second, that case you heard about before, if you listen closely, or you can read what's in the memo there, you heard it referring to unauthorized acts. These were authorized. They were directed to do it, which is the proof that I agree is preceding. But then when they take the fruits of that and they put it into not the medical file, not her medical file, but in the risk management file, they ratified it. They're using it.
in my view, there would be evidence of ratification. Therefore, I do think that the word ratified is appropriate. So I want to leave in ratified.
Okay. Moving on to medical negligence, which is the next item here. I noticed in the heading, at some point we called this medical malpractice, but every place else we've called it medical negligence. So my suggestion would be that we call it medical negligence, which is what everybody else has been using all along. I'm not quite
Doesn't
sure how.
402 say that, medical malpractice?
The instruction all says medical negligence throughout. I think that was just a heading that Mr. Tanner and I put in way back when and stayed there.
Well, how was it introduced to the jury? It was introduced to the jury as
Let me be clear. Whatever the heading used by the standard jury instructions, how I want it to read. However that turns out to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's medical
What we'll
malpractice.
do. And then on the instruction itself, I have asked in the materials that I filed this weekend that we have an instruction here on the internal policies and the Bill of Rights that explains that the
Boost the audio
concept
here.
that they are not a duty, but something that is evidence. We have discussed this before, and Mr. Elegant and I were close to something, and my recollection is that you decided not to instruct them at that point in time. So the instruction I have that I submitted in my most recent packet says that during this trial you've heard evidence about rules or policies created by Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital for its employees and for visitors. You've also heard evidence about a document described as the patient and family rights and responsibilities, or as a patient's Bill of Rights. The fact that an employee may have failed to comply with these requirements is not a violation of the law or a breach of a legal duty. It is only evidence that may be considered by you to determine whether Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital breached one of the legal duties or standards of care that I explained to you in these instructions. Likewise, the fact that an employee may have complied with these requirements does not mean that Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital cannot be found to have breached one of the legal duties or standards of care that I have explained to you in these instructions. Again, the fact is only evidence that may be considered by you to determine whether Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital did not breach one of the legal duties or standards of care that I have explained to you in these instructions.
Why can't we just stick to the standard jury instruction in the form?
To the best of my knowledge, there's no standard jury instruction on internal policies or on the Bill of Rights. In reading this, I think that's the last sentence there is probably something that can be omitted.
Don't we have a separate section? Pardon me if I'm wrong on this and you incorporated it, but isn't there an entire separate instruction about a parent agency? Why do you have to put it in every single time? And
Because this is not a parent agency.
Can I talk?
One at a time, please.
Can I talk?
My problem with this, Judge, is the reasserting of certain parts of other instructions continuously into the causes of action. And if the jury hears it once there and once when the court reads the actual instruction, that it's emphasizing one instruction over the other instructions. And I don't think that's appropriate and proper. To me, if once we have a parent agency in there, that's where it should stay, and we shouldn't try to divert the jury and confuse them in this count by doing that, by inserting now another, and I don't think it's even the same one as the parent agency.
Oh, they're different issues.
The Bill of Rights issue, I'm not sure why we're talking about a parent agency. I mean, this to me is like evidence of negligence, like a violation of a statute or a rule, an ordinance, something like that.
Correct.
I think what he's looking for is negligence.
And I guess I am generally fine with the concept of that type of instruction. What I really need to see is where it physically goes and in the flow of everything. So
like with what we talked about a few minutes ago, why don't we include it where you think it needs to go, and then we can nitpick as to where we move it if we need to move it. But
And I can do that, and I'm pretty flexible on that. I was putting it there because I thought that was the first claim that involved all these references to the patient's rights and responsibilities division.
but I do think it is important, given the emphasis of the patients' and families' rights that we've heard about, that we need to have it. I'm not sure it is a case specific, or sorry, account specific.
I only want it once.
So you propose where it is, and then Mr. Elliott and Mr. Anderson might disagree, but let's at least put it in where you think it's going to go. But we're going to have it someplace.
And immediately preceding the apparent agency is, but not as part of the apparent agency, I was suggesting 2 more instructions there that I filed on October 26th in a motion for 3 matters for final instruction. That's DIN 3556.
Well, I'm not sure where on the jury instructions I should be looking right now.
They're not, I had not slid them into this yet. Again, if you want me to, I can do all of that, but we hadn't, neither Tom nor I had slid some of the special instructions into this when we finished on Friday.
Okay, so what is the language you want me to look at? Where do I find it?
It's in DIN 3556, and it's probably page 2. Formatting is a little confusing because it didn't indent. But at the bottom of that page, and it's not a short instruction, but it states basically the description of who Sally Smith is and what she does for the Child Protective Team. Now, and she was allowed to testify about this, and as long as there's no fight about whether she was telling the truth, maybe this is unnecessary in light of the testimony the other day. But it explains that the Department of Health is required to provide the services of a multidisciplinary child protective team in each of the service circuits of the Department of Children and Families, and that the team must be led by a medical director who is a doctor that's board certified in pediatrics and has additional training in child abuse.
Let me short circuit this, because I'm generally okay with the concept. And in most parts, I think you track the statute. I point out this telephone consultation services because the evidence was that first telephone call, Dr. Smith was not wearing her hat as medical director. So I don't want to give the impression by a instruction that she was acting as a medical director at that time.
All right. And if that part is confusing, I can take out the statutory discussion of the consultation part of this. It's a short part of this. I have the total list, but who's going tomorrow? Did they tell us that?
What I would suggest is you dump in the language where you think that concept is an issue, the telephone, and then the implication of diagnosis and treatment.
All right, I can do that.
Is also somewhat concerning. So put it in, and then we can fight over the specific verbiage, but it would help me out if I can see it as a functional whole.
And that you're probably going to tell me the same thing on the next one, which is we had orders prepared on ketamine and whether they could use it or whether the judge was prohibiting its use, that we prepared but were not read to the jury, and I wanted to put those in there as well. So
an instruction on ketamine?
On the fact that what the court orders did as to whether the father could or could not have her use ketamine. She could not use ketamine so long as she was in the dependency proceeding, but she could use it as soon as it was over, basically.
Can we give a date, Chris?
That is an issue of fact as to their knowledge at the time, and I will have to bring in an additional witness.
And they can bring in additional witnesses.
Well, they had a lawyer at the time.
That's who I would bring in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I guess. And they had you for a long time, too. So,
Mr. Shapiro is Mr. Altenburn's
this
shoulder
stuff.
angel.
Judge, part of the January order, if I'm remembering right, is the one that says they cannot use it.
that's correct.
And then the April order just says she's released to her father. And the proceeding, well, actually, the January order said that. The April order says, okay, this proceeding is done. But it doesn't say, have at it with ketamine.
Yes, it does.
Here is the concept. I do not like the phraseology Mr. Altenburn used after that order. Mr. Kowalski was not prohibited by law from authorizing a doctor to administer ketamine. I think it needs to be more along the lines of, at that time, all orders terminated or ceased or whatever.
Okay. I can do that.
Shapiro's fine with
And
that.
then I'll slide it into that location so everybody can look at that. And then I believe we are okay on apparent agency at this point with what is in here. The preliminary issue here, I believe we have all worked out at this point.
What page are we on?
Yeah.
This is pages 15 and
Oh, okay.
16.
Not in the jury instructions in 103586.
No, in the instructions.
He's back on the jury
I'm sorry,
instructions.
back in the instructions. This was something we had worked out before.
Agency?
What?
It's the preliminary issue.
I'm sorry, I'm just not finding agency in the document, that's all.
Top of page 16. Well, actually, bottom of page 15. I'm sorry. In addition to.
It says, in addition to negligence of doctors who are its agents or employees, Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital can become legally responsible for the medical negligence of a doctor who is not an employee or an agent of the hospital when the doctor is what the law describes as an apparent agent of the hospital. Doctors are not employees or agents of the hospital merely because they have staff privileges at the hospital. They can, however, be treated as apparent agents of the hospital if the proof establishes that they fall within this category. And then the rest of this is very, very close to the standard instruction throughout. I don't think Mr. Elegant and I had problems with the next two paragraphs. We worked a long time to get the one I just read to you.
Well, if you and Mr. Elegant worked it out, I don't think we need to spend more time on it.
I don't know what we were trying to do, and hopefully it's been accomplished, is to make it clear that while having privileges doesn't mean having staff privileges doesn't mean you're an apparent agent. On the other hand, having staff privileges doesn't mean you're not an apparent agent, that it's sort of a neutral.
What's the next?
The next issue on that is that they have a request on page 19 for an aggravation or activation of disease instruction.
Are we in
And this is still in medical negligence.
medical negligence?
And the thing that I assume they are saying that is the pre-existing condition that we activated or aggravated is CRPS. And the only evidence they presented on this was the pure opinion evidence that came from Dr. Chopra and Dr. Kirkpatrick, I believe. I don't believe there was another. And they opined that it was their opinion that because we interrupted ketamine for this 100 days, that down the road that she would have much worse CRPS at some point in time, that things would happen more often than the like, etc. problem is that we're no longer a pure opinion state. So they can say all of that and put it into evidence, but there still has to be some scientific basis for a pure opinion. And here we have a situation where ketamine has been used as a controversial item for only a short amount of time for these things. No one was describing that they had had a similar child with this. No one was saying, I've had 40 patients that were interrupted this way, and half of them ended up with an aggravation of it. This is just speculation about something that might happen in the future based on a pure opinion of those doctors and nothing else. And that's not sufficient evidence to go to a jury on aggravation.
But isn't the question of pure opinion something that is something that we address prior to? But the evidence is now in.
You can do that to
Right.
keep the evidence out. And I can't raise this after the jury's verdict, but because of the way it was put in, I can still take the position that yes, it's come in, but it is not competent evidence to establish an aggravation, so that it shouldn't go to a jury.
Maya Kowalski testified how bad she felt when she got out of there.
Yes.
Mr. Elliott, anything further you'd like to add?
Your Honor, I have to defer to the trial counsel. I understand there was, that there are her treating doctors, and these are treaters. These aren't some experts being brought in. These are treaters who said this made it worse.
Who else could testify to it? And to Maya.
With respect to Maya Kowalski, I intend on giving an aggravation or activation of disease or defect instruction.
Okay.
I think there's evidence in the record to support that instruction. What's next?
We can move on, I believe, to
That was a big yawn from the judge.
the negligent infliction of emotional distress. And on this one, we have some very basic problems. If you look at, this begins on page 19 and then flows on to page 20. And their instruction is that Maya Kowalski claims that Johns Hopkins was negligent in the manner in which it interacted with Jack and Beata Kowalski, which inflicted emotional distress on Maya Kowalski. That's nothing close to a claim under Zell or Champion. They have not alleged, I've been through this repeatedly, that there's going to be no finding that Johns Hopkins committed a negligent act against Jack or Beata. And so the predicate count that either needs to have been resolved in an earlier lawsuit or in this lawsuit is that there was some impact causing injury to Jack or Beata that was a fairly traumatic event that she experienced in one fashion or another. You have actually eliminated Jack's negligent infliction of emotional distress claim, which was the only claim of negligence as to him, and Beata has none as well. And if you look at the allegations that she made in the complaint, she's not complaining that this was because she experienced the suicide of her mother. It's because of as she is explaining here, the interaction with them while they're in the hospital. This is simply not a proper instruction on a negligent infliction claim. It's got to allege a tort like in Champion or Zell.
Mr. Elliott.
Your Honor, this is sort of an alternative to the intentional infliction. They treated Beata Kowalski, our plaintiff's view, and evidence to support, they treated her such that it drove her to commit suicide. Now, did they do it intentionally? Did they do it negligently? Those are a couple of alternatives. But once you assume that, or once you accept the evidence on that, I think we're there. That's the way in which they treat. And that would be, you come up with a lot of analogous examples, I guess, but you just use the facts in this case. she ultimately does experience the most severe injury, and Maya was witness to hearing some of that go on firsthand and then hearing about it secondhand. Both of which, in our view, are sufficient. I know that's an issue that's coming up a little bit later in the instruction.
Fat Yoga, welcome to the gallery.
Your Honor,
Good to have you.
the medical records themselves satisfied.
Your Honor has been through the whole process that there is not a negligent cause of suicide in this case. That's why they jumped to intentional infliction. They have never alleged in their negligent infliction, even after all of these changes, that the things that caused her to have stress were experiencing the suicide, which occurred 40 miles from where she was at the time, and instead have alleged that she was experiencing the things that went on with her parents inside the hospital. That's all that's alleged there. So this simply is, interaction is what they pled and what they're trying to prove for what I've been listening to for weeks about this, but that is not a negligent infliction element that can be submitted to a jury.
I'm going to reserve on this instruction, so let's just leave it in for now.
And if it's left in, I had asked for, on page 21, an instruction that you may not rely on evidence that she heard about an incident from another person when she did not actually see or hear the incident herself.
Based on what?
In the memo I filed over the weekend, I point out the Jane Doe versus Sinrod case from the 4th District that is quoting the Florida Supreme Court, and that the plaintiff must be involved in the incident by seeing, hearing, arriving at the scene as the traumatizing events occur. And the plaintiff must suffer, goes on from there. But the bottom line is that her hearing about things indirectly that through someone else, is that chain interrupts this and doesn't allow it to be part of the evidence for this tort.
Yeah, I'm going to reserve. I'm not in a position to rule on this one right this second.
Judge, just
Mr. Elliott,
since I know you're going to be thinking about it, this is very similar to the DV that you denied, in the sense that two things: Maya did hear some of these phone call, did hear how her mother was being treated, and second, we've cited case law, including the Marin versus Morris case, where the person's not at the scene at all. They hear about this kidnapping, and they're able to state a claim based on that. So,
and that's that Southern District case?
Yes, Your Honor. And the Willis Supreme Court case refers to hearing the event. If you're working on the copy we are, there's a note off to the right here which has
plaintiff
Mr. Altenburns and my notes on it, and includes the site to that Marin case.
Where would I find that?
Plaintiff.
All the way over to the right.
I've got Marin someplace, so I'm not.
Do you have a little speaker balloon? It's not a balloon, it's a square, I guess, off to the right where is what you're looking at. Do you have red that says you may not rely on evidence, and then we down below in blue it says plaintiffs do not agree that hearing is not sufficient for prior cited cases, and off to the right is the box, like the little speaker box with comments in it.
Yeah, I guess it was closed on the document I was looking at, but yeah, I see it when I open it up.
Okay.
But if those cases, they're very distinguishable from what we have here, and I provided a memo on Sunday about this.
Well, both of those citations look very familiar, so
They were in the DV argument.
What's the next issue, knowing that I've reserved on?
The next is count 14, the infamous count 14, and the current instruction on this, and I believe it is in here, it was changing on me frequently, is
what page?
It begins on page
23.
Let's see.
And it says that this is a claim of negligent training of doctors and healthcare providers, and that the hospital was negligent in training its doctors and healthcare providers It then uses a standard instruction on negligence as if this were an automobile accident case, not a case involving medicine. It then relies on Watts versus City of Hollywood for a training means that an employer is aware or should be aware of the inadequacies of the employer's training program and was negligent in implementing its training program. Watts was a case where the employee was outside the course and scope, and they discussed the cases on that we've discussed repeatedly before, when you were going to say that this and count 11 were for people outside the scope. They dismissed the negligent supervision, retention, and the like of Ms. Beatty in exchange for my assurance that everyone was inside the scope. And now it seems like they're crying Ms. Beatty reprimands and the like, apparently for this. I don't know. But this goes on to say that the issue you must decide is whether Johns Hopkins was negligent in training its doctors or healthcare providers, and if so, whether that negligence was a legal cause of loss, injury, or damage. In other words, they're not requiring that one of the doctors or nurses have done anything negligent. It's only that if we have negligent training, then we are liable for loss, injury, or damage to Maya Kowalski. Now, if the element is, and the doctor has to be liable, then it's a total overlap of the medical negligence claim. So I continue to believe that this is an improper instruction, and you know, we've been trying to find something within the smorgasbord of count 14 for months. We started a trial without it. I moved for directed verdict, not being able to argue this because I still didn't know what it was, and I still don't think what they gave me on Friday is a claim that should be presented to this jury.
Mr. Elliott?
Your Honor, part of the ad for healthcare, that's healthcare providers. That's my fault. I didn't fully understand this, but looking back at count 14, it does indeed plead healthcare providers as well. And I would agree, if we're talking about medical negligence, we need to make that clearer that that's the standard. But this is not just medical negligence. This is the kind of thing that resulted in the false imprisonment and in the battery. You know, properly trained, and those aren't medical claims. So it is both of those, and I would agree. This instruction can be made simpler, and it can be made clearer to distinguish between those.
Okay, I'll reserve and let you all try to work on it further, but I guess from a practical standpoint, do the plaintiffs even need this count? And I mean, that's up to the plaintiffs, but you know, we seem to be spending a lot of time on something that would perhaps be duplicative of other things that are in this lawsuit. But
we are considering, Judge, what to do there.
Just like we were pinching the defense on the Fabre, can I pinch you on this issue? Because I think it would help the cause out if ultimately this cause of action is no longer a cause of action.
Okay.
But technically, I will reserve on it. See what happens.
I believe the fraud count, the language in the fraud count is fine. And that moves us on to the intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Can you point me to a page?
27?
Yes, it begins on 27. But this too is one where, I've given you lots of alternate instructions.
I think this is the last one.
Time, both in the renewed motion for directed verdict and in the materials I've filed now. The problem with these instructions is sort of the nature of the claim, and the one for survival damages has the front end of these problems, and then the suicide one has the rest of it. And because
well, let me make sure I understand. With respect to the survival claim, there's a aggravation argument that the plaintiff is making. Am I correct?
No, we're not arguing aggravation for either one of these two suicide-related claims.
Okay, so that's out.
That's out.
Yeah.
But what concerns me, Your Honor, is that
Good Shapiro.
the extreme and outrageous conduct has to be
yawning.
either intentional or acts done with reckless disregard, and it has to have caused the severe emotional distress. And in this case, because it's a durational claim and not like there's this one incident that caused Ayden Kowalski some extraordinary stress. I think Mr. Anderson actually in opening may have called it death by 1,000 cuts, if I recall.
He called it death by the Munchausen allegation.
Why isn't this all an issue of fact?
Well, it is an issue of fact, but what we need are jury instructions that explain, because we have heard over and over again things that are negligent, that are rude, that are impolite. There are various things, and so I provided in the instructions that I gave you with the motion for rehearing on DV, instructions that explain that fact.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It has to be something, the acts still have to be something that is an intentional act and not a negligent act. Because this jury has heard piles and piles and piles that are things that are negligent, but I'm still a little unclear, for example, in that first week exactly, other than maybe threaten to arrest them, anything I heard that might be fitting into the bounds of outrageous conduct. And so they need, because it's a durational one, they need the instructions that explain this. And so even if they don't get all of them, and this is in the document that's at 3541, you know, it talks about the conduct that is, I can read all of this to you.
Well, I guess what I need to drill down on is what's the specific language and where do I need to make a ruling, and let's work at it from that way.
Right.
So, in theory, until I see the actual language, it's difficult for me to make a definitive ruling.
And it's in this motion, and I know we're running on time. I can slide these in where I want them so you can read them.
Yeah, we're not going to agree on any language there. This concept of durational impact is just fabricated, and it's not for the lawyers here to determine what's extreme and outrageous in the jury's mind. There's plenty of acts that Mr. Altenburn wants to classify as rudeness to minimize their impact that a jury will most likely find extreme and outrageous. So a listing of specific acts is not required by the law, having read the memo, nor is it a determination for Mr. Altenburn or his colleagues.
I want to point out all these definitions already, extreme and outrageous, emotional distress, they are all in the standard definition, which is already in the instructions.
Right. But in this case, we've had much that has been introduced that was not evidence of an act that was an intentional act to cause this stress. This woman wasn't even in the hospital to experience these things. And that's why I'm requesting that, you know, during this case you have heard evidence about conduct in the hospital where employees may have acted negligently, rudely, or without a level of politeness that you might expect from a hospital
Judge
employee.
needs to cut this one off.
You've heard evidence of acts of the hospital that were required to be performed due to orders entered by the dependency court. These acts are not acts.
Let's do this.
Yep.
Add in the language you want, and then Mr. Elegant can highlight that which he disagrees with.
Okay.
It's so much easier for me to make a ruling on specific language as opposed to the concept.
And
here's a hint. No.
On causation, what I'm going to be putting in is
No.
the substantial factor has to be the substantial factor. And the reason for that is that because of the Chapter 39 limitations, you know, the concurring cause are all of these things that relate to the stresses put on Ayden because of the hearings that she was attending, because of the hearing that she would otherwise attend in February, where if she lost, she probably lost custody of her child for a while and maybe her license to practice as a nurse. There was a lot of stress placed on her by these things. And if they're described as merely a concurring cause and we can't adequately explain them to the jury, it puts us in a very prejudiced position. So for this case, because of DCF and its immunities, I think the instruction should say the substantial factor rather than a.
I thought they already argued this.
Your Honor, of course, we object to that because the rule, the standard instruction says, you have it's a substantial cause. It doesn't say the primary cause. You're not required to be the primary or the substantial. The rule says a, and then the rule goes on, the comments go on to say substantial has an acceptable common meaning. The jurors know
I was
what that
about ready to
means.
say, I think Mr. Altenburn is deviating from what the law says. So I understand you're going to propose it.
I'm going to propose it because of the difference, because in this case, I can't put on evidence. You're not going to let me put on evidence of what I just described to you about the stresses that Beata was going through.
Are you sure?
Are you?
We can.
Shapiro's like,
That's why I want to see the specific. If you're asking for a definition of something, put it down. If you want the language, put it down where you want it, and then I'll let Mr. Elegant come and object to the specific language. I think that's probably what we need to do at this point where we're at.
Let's pick a new, if I could suggest we pick a new color to code all this new stuff that we're going to be looking at.
Let's do purple. I choose purple.
And then on the suicide one, the instruction on page 31, to me, is just, it's not even in the standard structure that we use for this instruction. Once we get by the fact that if you decide on the seventh claim you can't go here because there isn't enough of the extreme and outrageous conduct to go on to suicide, that makes sense. But then they jump immediately to the hospital is liable for the death of Beata Kowalski if it caused Beata Kowalski to act on an irresistible impulse, or if Johns Hopkins was a substantial factor in the death of Beata Kowalski. It doesn't use any of the other standard language, and then it adds this thing about because I had suggested an instruction on. It ought to be that we specifically intended it for her to commit suicide. Now they're being told it doesn't have to be that, even though we can't argue that. So we're left here with two causation things instead of one, neither of which are defined. And so this is the first time this theory has ever been submitted to a jury, to the best of our knowledge, is anywhere in America. And it's being done under a weird set of facts because it is this thing over a long period of time rather than one event. This is not like a woman who saw her children burned and tortured by someone and in distraught, she grabbed the gun that he was using and shot herself. That's not what we have. We have a completely different story here. Someone who's not even in the hospital to witness any of these things. So we need thorough instructions on what an irresistible impulse is, and if you actually choose to use substantial factor, which is just like concurring cause language, then it needs something very special.
Was he describing the facts of case law? Because I've never heard that
several
one.
different options on this, and the one I filed yesterday, because it appeared to me that you weren't going to give the instructions that I used in the motion for rehearing. I've added alternate definitions of these and basically given you selections that you can use for these things. And I can read them all to you, but the truth is that there needs to be an instruction on these things. If we're going to use irresistible impulses, right now we've only heard from a psychiatrist who made up some psychiatric stuff about someone who...
Can I interrupt for just a second?
No.
Because I need to leave, and I just wanted to say, Judge, I've got witness interviews. As much as I love listening to Mr. Altenbrand re-argue his TVs and summary judgments,
you can leave.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson's like, I'm out. I've had enough.
But the definition of this is an irresistible impulse is a sudden spontaneous inclination or incitement to commit an act such as suicide as an unpremeditated action. That's the standard human English language definition of it. If you go to the law, where this is normally used for criminal acts, it's an overpowering impulse produced by mental disease or defect that leads to the commission of the act of suicide. And I have previously suggested, and I think it's far better than no instruction on definition of all, that it's no ability to know what she was doing at the time of the suicide such that she could not stop herself from committing suicide. I thought that was a reasonable set of words to use given the case law that was out there from other states on motions to dismiss and the like. So
what would be the most helpful is, Mr. Altman, you put in the language you want, and then Mr. Elegant can dump in the language he wants. One can be in orange, the other can be in blue. It doesn't have to be orange and blue, just not garnet and gold.
And I'll give these various options on this.
Well, I would like for you to choose the one you want.
Well, my problem is that this is a case of first impression, and I can live with any one of these. And if you can live with one of these, I want you to.
Okay. Option A, option B, option C, and option D.
Okay.
But let's all put it
all right
where it's going to flow.
Then,
and Your Honor, I would just note the language we have there on 31 in yellow, I took directly from the transcript. And I think an alternative definition or alternative causation is fine. We have that, for example, in products liability, you have strict liability or negligence. I mean, it's the same injury from the same product. You can have both ways to get there.
When there's two separate causes of action, not for one cause of action. I know of no example of this. I really think you have to settle on one. I know it's difficult, but we can't be, this is just not the way to try this case. The last thing on these, it goes to the per hour per element motion that I filed asking for a better instruction on the extent to which, if they use those arguments, if you're going to allow the argument, which I believe you should not, that we're entitled to have some knowledge of this ahead of time and have the instruction that I put into that memo, which basically says...
You want to be able to do the math ahead of time.
Yeah. In the $15 million case, it took me about 35 minutes to convince myself that I was absolutely right, that the number was about 20% higher than the math that supported it. And because these things are very, very complicated. And they also, as that case and a couple other cases that I haven't put in here demonstrate, they cause verdicts that create real problems with whether they're beyond the range in which a jury is free to operate. They end up doing high numbers because the jury thinks that it's in fact reasonable to do a per hour, 18 hours a day for each component of the damages. And it's very difficult to respond to those things when juries think that this is something that is recognized by the law to do that. So I've asked, if you're going to do this, to at least have an instruction that instead of saying that there's no exact standard for measuring such damage, says there's no judicially approved method or standard for measuring such damage. Methods suggested by the parties in closing arguments are not methods established by law. They are only arguments presented on behalf of a party. It is the province of the jury, using its own common sense and experience, to determine a fair and just amount in light of the evidence. I think that would at least go a ways to solving this problem, but I still want to see the math so I can figure out ahead of time.
I got a package of fake cockroaches in the mail today.
Your Honor,
and I think
I'm sure Mr. Anderson would love to see a draft of their closing argument ahead of time, a script that if they agreed, they would stick to it. That's what this is all about, I think, because it's getting a preview. And the math, whether it's 18 hours or 24 hours in a day, there's 365 days in a year. One number times 365 times life expectancy, that's not hard arithmetic. Everybody's got a calculator. I could do that in a minute.
Well,
we got two hard.
Let's talk about the suggested language that deviates from the standard that was in Mr. Altenburn's memo. Thoughts on that, Mr. Elliott?
Oh, I think saying there's no exact science, it's in your discretion, is what the jury is typically told. I don't know why we need to do anything different here. I mean, this is...
What's your position? Because Mr. Altenburn's seeking something other than the standard. And he laid it out in his memo on the 26th.
Right, Your Honor, and that actually cites to a brief that I believe Mr. Altenburn wrote in a case that never got decided, painting out this, in that case, the parade of horribles. They settled it. So, I don't think that's really authority for anything. There's no case that holds you can't do this. No, in fact, there's lots of cases that say per diem is fine.
I'm well aware of that. I'm talking about the specific language that Mr. Altenburn wants differing from the standard, which is there is no judicially approved method or standard for measuring such damage. Methods suggested by the parties in closing arguments are not methods established by law. They are only arguments presented on behalf of a party. It is the province of the jury using its own common sense and experience to determine a fair and just amount in the light of the evidence.
That last sentence is fine. I mean, of course, you're already going to tell them that arguments are just arguments. So this is repetitive.
I will tell you, Mr. Altenburn, you can keep it in. I likely would go with the standard on that.
All right. I would just want to preserve it. I do know that there is a new trial order on this issue that is just going on appeal in the 6th Judicial Circuit, in the 6th DCA, but that's all I know about it. So we'll see.
The 6th Judicial Circuit in
the 6th DCA from the 9th Circuit is where it came from.
So you've been busy.
Well, over the weekend, one of my appellate partners told me that they had just heard of this order, so that's all I know about it. On the dependency order that you're going to reread, and this is something that, because I listened this morning, I wanted to add, so I was going to just give people time as well, but there's one additional explanation about immunity that I think is needed because of how this case is playing out. Because right now we've said that it's immune from any civil claim which might otherwise result by reason of reporting the suspected abuse. Having said that, All Children's Hospital does not have immunity for any of the claims being presented to you as a jury. And what I'm suggesting here is that although Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital does not have immunity for any of the claims being presented to you, it does have immunity for any act it took in good faith to comply with the requirements of these orders. Because that's straight out of Section 39203(1)A. That not only do you have immunity for reporting, but you have immunity for things that you do in good faith to fulfill things that you're obligated to do because of those orders.
Conceptually, here's my concern. That first DCA decision, and I can't remember, it was a fourth, that interpreted the Chapter 39 did not discuss the good faith. Right. And I disagreed with how they interpreted the statute, but I'm bound by it. But that was an issue of law.
Right.
And we really, if you're suggesting that I would put a good faith finding in the hands of a jury on an issue of law where the cases didn't, for a finding of reasonable suspicion that I had to make or that they had reasonable cause to suspect child abuse as an issue of law and convert that into an issue of fact for the jury, I'm concerned about doing that.
And I am suggesting that in this case, it's a question of fact as to whether we complied in good faith as to these orders from what I heard the arguments this morning. It's not going to be a negligence test or some sort of strict liability for breaching a court order. We have immunity for the steps involved in doing this beyond reporting, so long as we do those things in good faith. So if they find that we did things in bad faith, we're liable.
Put it in, but I am wary about creating a factual finding when those decisions that I'm bound by blew past the good faith and made issues of law for the court to find as far as reasonable suspicion. And so
Your Honor, if I could.
I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I have other problems with that too. It does not have immunity for any act it took in good faith to comply with the requirements of the orders. Are we going to put all these orders in front of the jury? Are we going to get to, good faith? This is just entering into a whole Chapter 39 area that we've been, I thought, trying to stay out of.
Mr. Elliott, I don't think it's ultimately going to make its way in the final jury instructions, but I'm certainly willing to read what Mr. Altenburn wants to put in.
On the verdict form, Your Honor.
Now I think we're almost at the end. The verdict form.
The plaintiffs filed one yesterday. I actually put it in the court file that really it doesn't come close. For a number of reasons, but
I think the sound guy's asleep. I have to boost the levels like crazy to hear this.
for example, does damages for counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, which actually involve both Maya and her father, and ask for an award of non-economic and economic damages for all of those torts, and they have to be done individually, as Mr. Elliott knows, because he will argue the two-issue rule against me to the hilt if I ever agree to this. I've got to have numbers for each and every one of those. I had, by the way, initially suggested doing all the liability questions first and then have all the damages questions second. And Mr. Elliott told me that that's not what the plaintiffs wanted, so I did it the other way, and now I've gotten one from them that has all the damages at the end and the liability questions first. I'm flexible on that. I just need to know what the final position is of the plaintiffs on how to lay out a verdict form on that. The last thing that I think is a kind of a disagreement between this is they're using very straight questions like, for example, on fraud, did Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital commit fraud? And I'm laying out a little more of the issue. In particular, in this case, where the jury instructions are going to be a small book. If this isn't like a negligence case with one issue where you can ask whether the driver of the car was negligent and whether it caused damages to the plaintiff. This is something where each one of these things they're going to have to study, and I believe that a basic description of what the issue is that they're determining ought to be in the question that they're asking, just to help us get accuracy.
And Your Honor, that's why we submitted the verdict form we did, because the jury instructions are already a small book. The verdict form submitted by the defense was yet another small book, 18 or 20 pages. So our view is there's no need to rehash all of the jury instructions in the verdict form, and especially the way it was done, which are, of course, the defense-favored jury instructions, placing those in the verdict form. So ours are simple because they'll have the jury instructions, and then they have a question.
If they didn't want a long verdict form, they could have filed a shorter complaint.
Sorry, that was
Are you
funny.
asking me to make a ruling? I'm unclear as to what I'm supposed to do at this second.
I mean, I suggest that maybe Mr. Elliott works on one that might come close to complying with two-issue rule and the like from his side, and I can finish out what I'm doing on mine. My people have actually been concerned about whether I have to do itemized damages for non-economic one-by-one to preserve issues for appeal because of the duplication problem.
Well, that was going to be my very next question.
Yeah.
Because, and I'm assuming I'm looking at yours.
Yes.
It doesn't lay that out. And what if, let's say they make a finding as far as false imprisonment for that first week, but not on
the others.
No, we're going to have them find on each one of those things, because not only does it affect damages, but it affects punitive damages on that one. There's a lot of findings on Dr. Smith. All of those things have to be there, or I'm committing malpractice myself.
Okay, assume for the sake of argument that the jury finds false imprisonment on the first week and the EEG room, but not on the photo session. So just assume that.
Right.
The way this verdict form reads is it does not distinguish the damages
For each one.
And
I think my client is willing to take the risk of clumping those together for compensatory, but as far as the punitive is concerned, these things have to be broken down. So, I think we could look at the damages on compensatory and get a sense of whether since we know how many it is, whether this would be in a reasonable range they could come to collectively, but the punitives are different.
And I was anticipating seeing a punitives section immediately after the false imprisonment, and then another punitive section right after the battery.
We had done that when there was a second defendant in the case, and I could still do that. We can have it twice. At one point in time, both sides were working on doing a single one at the end of the first two, and
If we do a single one, then how would we know what the jury finds is the punitive conduct?
Well, right now, it's under the circumstances of this case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted for. That's standard language. A, the claim of false imprisonment, A1 is between October 7th and 13th. A2 is between October 18th and the 20th. And A3 is the January the 4th. And then it jumps to a B section, which is the one and only battery that's there, so that they can say yes and no, and that way we'll know those things.
Okay, so conceptually what you're saying is we'll do them all together, and then we will just trust the jury to only if you answer a certain question as yes, would you do it?
Right. Yeah. And we can confirm that they're being consistent, but the only thing that changes if we do it twice is we take out this B and we move it behind batteries rather than, we have one in front of false imprisonment and one in front of battery. I think the extra page and a half in the verdict form is worse than trying to do it this way. That's all I was trying to do.
Okay.
Because Boy Scouts honor, I was not trying to make this thing any longer than it is.
One other thing we've talked about, but we need to work on, I think, Your Honor, is some language or methodology so that the jurors aren't duplicating damages, but yet, for example, if the jurors were to find that there were similar, that there were some overlapping damage for, say, the false imprisonment on January 6th and the battery on January 6th. I think we need to, some of those may be the same damages. And if for some reason down the road, one of those claims was to be knocked out for some reason, we wouldn't want all the damages knocked out if part of it was overlapping. So we have to, I think we talked about non-duplication language, but I think we're gonna have to work on that a little more to make that work.
Okay. The language I used, Your Honor, was any damages awarded for this claim shall not duplicate damages that you awarded in answering question. And for number 2, it's 1. And then, progressively you have to add counts to this.
Right, and that, I think that's okay as far as it goes, but the problem is, let's say they're not awarding some damages for count 3 or 4, and count 1 gets knocked out, and now the damages that would have been in 3 or 4 went with that. We have to figure out how to deal with that. Okay. So I think it can be done. We just think about it.
Okay, can I just
because I think at this point, I'm not making rulings at this point, and we're just talking, and I want to come up with a game plan that we all can live with. Mr. Altenburns going to get back and is going to add in whatever language he wants, make the changes to the rulings that I made today, and then Mr. Elliott can then annotate off of what Mr. Altenburn has done. Obviously, we can't do anything tomorrow afternoon. We have some ability on Wednesday. I am quickly coming to the conclusion that I probably will not be able to go to that meeting on at least Thursday morning, and that we'll probably have to try to finish
these things then
on Thursday morning, Wednesday afternoon into Thursday morning. It's difficult because I have an event at 7:30 on Wednesday evening that if I can make it, I'd like to. So it sounds like maybe we go a little bit longer on Wednesday, and then whatever we haven't finished, we pick back up early on Wednesday morning. And when I say early, we might come in at 8:15 to start on jury instructions on Thursday. I meant on Thursday. So that I can get up to where I need to go for as much of those meetings on Thursday as possible.
Your Honor, what time could you, as I've got some conflicts on Thursday, what time do those meetings start for you?
9 o'clock, but they go.
If we're going to be done by 9, then that's not a problem.
I'm not going to be finished by 9. I mean, I was hopeful to be finished probably by 10:30, 11 on Thursday.
Yeah, okay, I'm confused. Are we going to, did you want to start early on Thursday or start after 10:30?
No. Let me back up. I think we would start Wednesday evening after we finish the evidence.
I'm good on that.
And then work until I need to go to the event. And then we pick up Thursday morning early, starting about 8:15, but it would probably go until mid-morning.
That would be fine. I just have I almost hate to say this, but I'm on another seminar speaking engagement Thursday late, but it's later in the morning. So stopping by 10:30 or whatever would be fine.
Shapiro's
I'm on the Florida Court Technology Commission, and I've got obligations there, but at the end of the day, I need to get jury instructions done too, so we can try to land this plane early next week.
Well, I will get these revisions and things done as soon as I can and get them to Mr. Elliott, hopefully by 10 in the morning or so at the latest.
And do we think we could have by like Wednesday morning, like by about 8:30, 9 o'clock, whatever Mr. Elliott's objections are to Mr. Altenburn's language?
Your Honor, if I get them Tuesday morning, you'll have them Tuesday night.
Okay, so that's our plan. Wednesday evening after evidence, we will pick jury instructions back up, and then to the extent we don't finish, we will start again early on Thursday morning.
And Your Honor,
my goal would be to have either a final version or a next to final version by the time we walk out on Thursday.
That's fine.
What time would you think Wednesday we would be convening?
I probably am going to say we're going to probably start about 8:15 on Thursday morning.
Thursday, but I meant for Wednesday. You talked about starting the instructions Wednesday night.
Wednesday after we finish the evidence.
So that would be 5-ish.
Well, if
it's going to be a late night.
Mr. Anderson and Mr. Whitney are targeted on their cross-examinations.
You beat me to it, Judge.
So in some respects, it's controllable by your trial counsel.
Yes, and Your Honor, if you think it would be useful, what Mr. Altman and Byrne and I have been doing, and you can see it in the copy you're looking at, is we're putting some comments out to the side. So if he's going to put a comment, I want this because of this, I will try to respond to that, and you make it kind of a preview, if that's useful.
That's fine, but I want
Hey, Matthew, can you
physical
send another
language.
message?
If you are
Matthew
objecting
Harris.
and want to propose your own, I want to see it right there.
Oh, yes.
Whether it's in a comment on the side or in the body of the text, I don't care. But so long as it's right there and I'm not having to go to 14 different things and trying to conceptualize where it's going to go.
I'm fine putting it in a comment on the right in a different color in there, and I suspect most of mine will not be seeking to add, but will be seeking to detract or deduct from it. We may have some specials ourselves. We're still looking at that, but they won't be major.
Well, if you're going to have any specials, it needs to get into this draft that's going to be in my hands. You said Tuesday night.
Tomorrow night. Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Anything
and
else?
Nick heard that, so we're good to go.
All right. Anything else for the good of the order? Everyone ready to
not here.
Go to your respective corners and keep working?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
All righty, 8:30 tomorrow. Those are the key words. Matthew, I accidentally deleted you and reported to you to YouTube or something. I don't know what I did. I was trying to highlight one of your comments and then clear it off the screen, and somehow I unmodded you and put you in a timeout, permanent timeout. I think I reversed that. So I apologize. I got click happy. This is why I should not be able to control my own mouse. But okay, so that was a little bit exhausting. It was a little bit of really in the weeds of the legal work behind this case as we talk about jury instructions. But very, very interesting at the same time for those of us that like that sort of stuff. Megan S. says, let's see, let's go here. No, it doesn't work no matter what I do. Where can I stand to make this work? Trial was riveting today. I thoroughly enjoyed meeting everyone. So thankful that Rob introduced us to your channel. Jury reactions were interesting to watch, and the witnesses feel the stress of the trial. So much love. Megan, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm also glad Rob introduced you to us. We have loved getting to know Rob's community and just how amazing they are. So thank you. And Rob, thank you very much as well. Rob, by the way, has a, let's see. Yes. Sorry, Matthew. Rob has a wrap up tonight. I don't think he's covering the jury instruction stuff. He's not going to be talking about that, but he's got plenty of other stuff to cover on this trial. And I think it starts in about an hour and a half. Well, let me just say about an hour and 45 minutes. Just if past performance is indicative of future. Anyway, no shade, Rob. I realize it takes a bit to get ready. So it's slated for, I think, 8 p.m. Central Time, so 7 p.m. Eastern Time. As soon as we're done here, it should bounce you over to his channel. And when you land there, the first thing you should do is land on the like button and click the like button. And then ring the little bell to be notified when he goes live, because there will be a little bit of a break in between the two, and you'll be able to go and get some stuff done. Crazy Cat Queen, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Loved your comments today. Thank you very much. See, Ashley says, Recovery, I think today was Whitney's best day. Oh, he was on fire. He was on fire today. I loved it. Oh, wow. Crazy Cat Queen just pops in as a new member and then promptly gifts 10 memberships as well. So amazing Crazy Cat Queen. Thank you so much. That is super, super generous of you. I won't ruin it for Rob in case he hasn't seen it, but yeah, Whitney was really, really good. I will say this wasn't Mr. Anderson's best day. I love him still. Great lawyer. He does a great job. He's doing well for his client. Today wasn't his best day, but I think he got the job done, and he can move on to the next day and go again. So let's see, anything else? So Giuseppe says super chat. Good game. GG's in the chat, right? If it's Rob, he'll be late. The questions is how late, says AT1. Let's see. We've got, let's see. Who else is here? Jules, you made it home. Thank you so much for checking in. Appreciate it. We just barely wrapped up here. Rob's going to do his live tonight to explain everything that we watched as well. Don't forget about the extra time. Oh, yes, extra time. So the plaintiffs asked for 5 hours. They wanted 5 more hours. And defense said, no, you can't do that. And they had case law. Okay, they brought case law. And they're like, this is not fair. You can't do this. And the judge says, look, based on all the rules and everything, I'm going to award time, but I'm going to split it up. And you can only use, I'll give you 2.5 more hours of just regular trial time. And then I'm going to give you 2.5 hours for rebuttal time. But that's all you get for rebuttal. So if you don't use any of your time on rebuttal, or any of the 2.5 hours, if you have an extra half hour, I think was his example, in trial time, I'm not going to let you add that to the 2.5 on rebuttal. 2.5 hours on rebuttal is all you get. So that's how they settled it, and defense still wasn't happy. It was over objection, but no rollover minutes. Yes, this is not free nights and weekends plus rollover minutes. Can anyone tell me when the closing arguments for plaintiffs begin? Villaray. Well, we're close. We're really close. Here's what's going to happen. Here's the order. And they'll spell it out a little bit better tomorrow morning or tomorrow night, I think. Tomorrow we've got trial. Defense is still putting on witnesses. It should take most of the day or all day. Then Wednesday, midday-ish, defense is going to rest. And when they rest, I'm not sure if they're going to send the jury home and get some more paperwork done and then pick up again. Because Thursday and Friday they said there's no court, which means they have to start. I mean, do they just sit there on their hands for a couple days? So I don't know, but they're going to have some rebuttal. It might all get done on Wednesday. We're just not sure. But there's going to be defense finishes. There's going to be rebuttal, probably from both sides, or maybe just from one. I don't know how that works on a civil case. And then we're going to have jury instructions and deliberation. But we have a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's very, very close. As soon as we know the exact day, I will tell you. As soon as the answer, says Zippy Fluffy. Soon. They may not close until Monday. That would be awful. That would be awful. Okay, Jules' TikTok is right here. If you guys love the feedback and the information that Jules provides, we would ask that if you are on the TikTok platform, to please go over there and give her a follow. She is at blind_gossip on TikTok. And she's wonderful. She's been doing a great service for those of us that are not in the courtroom and don't have the vantage point that she has. And she's provided that over and over and done a stellar job doing it day in and day out. So thank you, Jules, for that. All right. Judge was brilliant to that move. Stay fair. Defense said, but we have more witnesses that could help our side. I will say that CG in Texas, the argument the defense raised when they're fighting this motion for more time, that did resonate with me was the fact that they're saying, look, we don't have enough time to put on our case, and we're being told to sort of hurry it up, and they're being given extra time. And that resonated more for me. That's like, that doesn't seem right, because plaintiff got all the time they wanted. They went first. They got all the time they wanted, and now the defense is being told, hey, we're on a timeline. You got to get moving, and meanwhile, plaintiff gets more time. So that part, I could see what Shapiro was talking about there. But I do think the judge had a pretty good solution. All right, defense has called everybody with gender at the hospital. There is still time, Swifty. There is still time, Swifty Sue. All right, that said, we are going to portal people over to Rob's channel tonight. We are going to pick up, it's been a long day here, so we're going to pick up with this tomorrow morning. I will see you guys over on Law and Lumber, and can't wait to hear what Rob has to say about all the good stuff that happened today. And there was some good stuff. It's going to be fun. I can't wait to rewatch Whitney as well. The Shining. It was really good. But how can Shapiro complain about time, but he has a vacation schedule? Oh, yes, Jules. The vacation. The day after court ends, Mr. Shapiro goes on vacation. Yeah, I think that's not going to happen. That's what I think. So, yes, the plaintiffs do have the burden of proof. That is a heavier burden they carry walking into court. So it stands to reason they get a little extra time. Both sides got equal time added. Defense just couldn't use more time. Yeah, so that's how it works. You got more time added, you just can't use it. It's not our fault you can't use it. Did Sarah Boone have a hearing today? Yes, and it got pushed. I think I'll have to check the date. We'll confirm that tomorrow morning, but I think it moved into the next year as a trial start date. I think we're looking at, no, actually, it moved till like mid-January for another hearing, and then a trial date's going to be set at that time. So, yeah, we don't know. Once again, the case of the case has been pushed again. All right, thank you so much for your time. Thank you to our amazing mods who have made today just wonderful for everybody. The work they do is stellar, and I cannot thank them enough. Thanks all of you for being here. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live tomorrow. What time, says KCAT? We're going to go live at 8:15 in the morning. Court begins at 8:30. If you need your birthday song sung to you, make sure you're here at 8:15 because it will happen right after we start. Thank you all. Ashley and who else won? I forget who won the internet today. Ashley had it this morning. I forget who did it this afternoon. It's probably a good thing I forgot. That means I didn't have to yell at you to get something fixed. So thank you very much. If you would like to win the internet, all you have to do is ring the bell. Usually you do that after you click the subscribe button, and then just be first in chat. It could be you. So thank you guys. Make sure when you go over to Rob on Lawn Lumber, you click the like button so we can get that number up for him before everybody arrives. And we'll see you over there. Have a good night. Be good to each other. See you.
Squirrel!